a speech that compares to that, you almost have to go to the Sermon on the Mount. And what he really did is give us, in those remarks, a challenge to live up to those remarks. Each generation gets that new birth of freedom, and it's up to them to see if we can truly make the phrase all men, all persons are created equal, and well, that to what a new birth of freedom means. And sometimes we get closer to it, and sometimes I think today, we fall back a bit. And but it never stops inspiring.
It's very, very short. If you speak it, I think it's only about 2 minutes? Is that right?
Yeah, about 2 minutes, 3-4 minutes. It's 200. There's different versions, but it's around 270 words. And
do we know that he intended it to be pithy, short, sweet, to the point, so that it would be surrounded by silence when he was finished?
I don't know if he knew how it would be received. There's a report from one of his associates that was there that when he sat down with Ward Hill Lehman, who was in law enforcement, he sat down, looked over him and said, "Lehman, that speech won't scour an old line of farming, meaning that you have a plow that's not working." But immediately afterwards, Lisa, a lot of the northern papers that were supporting Lincoln's administration and the war wrote about how wonderful it was. And at the same time, there were some northern papers that were anti-war and certainly anti-Lincoln who just called it a piece of doggerel, what a waste of time. But we've certainly learned quickly and ever since just how magnificent that speech is. I can't think of a better set of remarks any American ever made.
So what's interesting? We're chatting with Tim McGrath, and the book is called 3 Roads to Gettysburg. As I'm thinking about it today, as I sit here in 2025, I'm thinking it's like a soundbite today. Because when you think about in the 1800s and the 1900s, the poetry, particularly in the 1800s, poetry was a great art form. People spoke with lengthy kinds of honorifics to each other. But if you're in the press and the world of media, it's still about cut and paste. And they could cut and paste the Gettysburg Address a lot better, shorter, sweeter with printing blocks because it was shorter than they could these very long addresses. So in many ways, I think he was 150 years ahead of the curve, and he understood the value of having a message delivered in a soundbite.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I had to laugh. We just did a first presentation on the book, Lisa, and I made the aside to the audience. There are passages of Mark Twain's that I quote about the Mississippi and about other situations, and this fellow General Sickles I mentioned. So I've got Mark Twain in the book, and then the book is full of quotations and passages of Lincoln's. And if you're writing a book and you've got Mark Twain and Lincoln in there, the best you can hope for is that you're the third best writer in the book.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. And speaking of Mark Twain, when you read your book, Tim McGrath, there are very much echoes, as I said earlier, when you talk at length about Lincoln's trip down the Mississippi. It just evokes, honestly, a very, very different time and space, almost unimaginable today. And that's what makes it so compelling and so interesting. And I love the pictures. It's so clearly well researched and well documented. And thank you very much for writing it and coming on the show today. It's 3 Roads to Gettysburg, Meade, Lee, Lincoln, and the battle that changed the war, the speech that changed the nation. Thank you very much, Tim.
Lisa, thank you very much for having me, and I wish you and your listeners a very happy Thanksgiving.
You too. You too.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Weather update.
Sunny this afternoon with a high in the upper 40s. Clouding over this evening and overnight with a low in the mid-30s. Cloudy on Friday. Showers arriving by late in the day and by evening with a high in the low 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Now, let's take a look back with Norman. Let's hear what happened today in WICC history.
It's November 20th. In 1985, Microsoft Windows 1 was released.
Hello, I'm Bill Gates, chairman of Microsoft. In this video, you're going to see the future Windows.
In 1893, the Barnum Museum in Bridgeport was dedicated to P.T. Barnum, and it's still in the same location in Bridgeport today. John Carpenter became the first winner of $1 million on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire.
Hi, Dad.
Hi.
I don't really need your help. I just wanted to let you know that I'm going to win the $1 million.
Well, what can I say except this is the final answer heard all around the world. He's won $1 million.
November 20th.
That was today in WICC history. Every day just before 2 on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9. WICC 600 and 95.9. The Voice of Connecticut. WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
Is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. President Trump has lashed out at Democratic lawmakers who urged the military to refuse illegal orders. Linda Kenyon is at the White House.
The Democrats posted a video saying the Trump administration is pitting uniformed military and intelligence professionals against American citizens. President Trump called that seditious behavior, punishable by death. Kentucky Republican Senator Rand Paul described that as dangerous.
I think we should be careful about rhetoric.
The president has ordered troops into U.S. cities and airstrikes in international waters.
Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer.
We've already seen what happens when Donald Trump tells his followers that his political opponents are enemies of the state. Every time Donald Trump posts things like this, he makes political violence more likely.
Former Vice President Dick Cheney's funeral was held at the National Cathedral in Washington. Former Presidents George W. Bush and Joe Biden were there. The White House says President Trump was not invited. Cheney was an outspoken critic of Trump after the January 6th attack on the Capitol. His daughter, Liz Cheney, at the service.
For him, a choice between defense of the Constitution and defense of your political party was no choice at all.
CBS's Major Garrett.
Because of Donald Trump's election denialism in 2020, the riot at the Capitol, January 6, 2021, that was a searing event, not just for Liz Cheney, but for Dick Cheney. And he parted company with the Trump movement and Donald Trump from that moment forward. Much of that was left out of the eulogy, but it is an enormous part of the latter part of Dick Cheney's political life.
Cheney died earlier this month at the age of 84. There has been some dangerous weather across Texas. Meteorologist Grant Gilmore is tracking.
If you look at some of the rainfall totals already in South Texas, some places have picked up 4 to 5 inches of rain already just within the last 24 hours. Specifically today, it is that area there through South Texas into the Mississippi Valley that we really have to watch for heavy rainfall. Some places could see 4 to 8 inches of rain.
Employers across the country added 119,000 jobs in September, the first official job tally since the government shutdown ended. CBS's Kelly O'Grady.
This is good news. We are seeing hiring tick back up. However, September is dated, right? We're not getting that October jobs report. We know anecdotally we have seen a lot of major companies start to lay people off towards the end of the year. It's not sweeping, but I think the Fed is a little bit between a rock and a hard place because this is the only jobs report that they're going to get before they make a decision in December.
On Wall Street at this hour, stocks are lower. The Dow gave up 700-point gains. It is now 332 points lower. The Nasdaq off by 353. This is CBS News.
The annual Progressive Keys to Progress program provides vehicles to deserving veterans, helping our heroes drive their lives forward. Learn more at keystoprogress.com.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
At Audion Hearing, our mission is simple: to make better hearing affordable for everyone. This Black Friday, enjoy exclusive savings on our high-quality rechargeable hearing aids. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's a study worth hearing. Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join over 1 million happy customers and shop Black Friday deals before they're gone at audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
There's new...
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
The Bridgeport Rescue Mission is gearing up for its annual Great Thanksgiving project to provide turkeys and bags of Thanksgiving fixings to low-income and working poor families in coastal Fairfield County. The mission will serve thousands of Thanksgiving dinners to residents and guests over the next 2 days at the Total Mortgage Arena parking lot. Distribution is taking place from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. today, as well as 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. tomorrow. For more information on the Great Thanksgiving Project or the mission's programs and services for homeless and struggling men, women, and children, visit bridgeportrescuemission.org. The United Way of Central and Northeastern Connecticut is seeking donations for a new program to help the homeless. The organization has launched a rapid response fund for homelessness and housing and has added $100,000 to get it started. Residents in the 56 towns covered by the nonprofit can receive cash assistance to help them stay warm and housed this winter. Governor Ned Lamont says these types of programs are important, especially with the federal government pulling back funds. A phishing attack sent over 10,000 fraudulent emails to New Haven public school students seeking personal banking information. More than half of students received at least one bogus email, and about 1,000 were opened. Students who answered the fraudulent email should notify the school's main office or the district's IT department immediately. Their families should also alert their financial institutions as their accounts could be compromised. SantaCon in Fairfield will be a private event this year with tickets required to attend. Fairfield police say SantaCon on December 6th is not public. Police say the only sanctioned event is a private SantaCon being held by Fairfield University for its students and their guests at Jennings Beach. Last year's event was marked by overcrowding and crime, with 23 people charged with various offenses. Following last year's event, Fairfield University Representative Jennifer Anderson said that the school was open to new ideas to control the party.
We know that it's important for the university to partner and be a good neighbor to the community and the town. So when we sit down, we say, to the police force, we really rely on them to say, what's your recommendation?
And the New Haven Fantasy of Lights begins its run for the holiday season tomorrow night. The drive-through Christmas and holiday-themed display is back at Lighthouse Point Park for its 31st year. People can view the display while rolling through the park and can tune their radios to listen to accompanying holiday music. The display is run by Goodwill of Southern Connecticut with tickets starting at $10 a car. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
In Norwalk, road construction has the right lane closed on the Merritt northbound at exit 17 through 20. In Trumbull, road construction has the left lane closed on the Merritt northbound at exit 33 through 36. Right now, 95 is your best bet heading northbound from the city to Milford. It's going to take about 41 minutes to get from the state line to Milford. Sponsored by Columbia Dental in Norwalk, offering cleanings, implants, even oral surgery, all under one roof. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com today. Paul Goodman, WICC Traffic.
Clouding over this evening and overnight with a low in the mid-30s. Cloudy on Friday, a few late-day showers, the high in the low 50s. Partly sunny Saturday with a high of 50. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, so admittedly, I'm probably going to get smacked around a little on this, but this is a fascinating issue here. And we did it once here in the great state of Connecticut. And I'm wondering, should we do it again? Now, what it is, or was, or would be, or if we ever brought it back, free bus rides. Remember that during the pandemic, in an effort to get people out of their cars, but to keep the economy moving, the CT transit buses were free. And I guess that ran till late 2023 or early 2024 when the money, the COVID-19, the stimulus money from COVID-19 ran out. And so, transit buses are charging fares again. And, I was poking around today looking for, something a little... I mean, we've done the Epstein files. We're talking about the 37th arrest. No, I'm sorry, the 4th arrest of Alfredo Castillo. And I was wondering if we could get a little deeper into maybe doing something a little differently here. But by doing something differently, going back to what a lot of people actually didn't know what was going on a few years ago, and we did it, and it was kind of successful, according to at least some of the stuff that I've read. And CT transit buses were free versus people paying the normal fare. Well, that ran out several months ago, and now people are paying the fare again because, again, when the bus rides are free, they're not free all around. Somebody has got to pay for the bus use, the drivers, the CT personnel, CT transit personnel, the fuel, the diesel or the electric power to charge the buses, if they're electric buses or hybrid buses, maintenance people there. So on the final user, kind of like the end user agreement that everybody clicks yes on when we install software on anything, the EULA, the End User License Agreement. Well, the end user of a municipal bus is the person now that is paying to ride that bus. And one of the issues that emerged a few miles down the road from us during the just concluded, rather tense and newsworthy New York City mayor's race was the gentleman who eventually won it, Zohran Mamdani, saying, hey, I think all New York City buses should be free. Now, other places have done that. They've experimented with it. Memphis is doing it now. It's being done now, I think, as an experiment in Iowa City, Iowa. Kansas City, I think, did it for a short time, or they may still be doing it. So I'm wondering, how about free bus fares here in Connecticut? Wouldn't that be a good thing? I guess the first time we did it, there were fewer cars on the road. There was less pollution out there, would stand to reason. I mean, hey, you want a green initiative. Why not take some of this money that we're putting toward every sort of green initiative and redirect it toward the bus lines, the bus companies? Now, I know what you're saying. How do you pay for it, Paul? Well, according to this story I'm looking at here in the New York Times, Iowa City, Iowa made its buses free. There was less traffic. The air was better. Ridership jumped. People cut back on driving. And over the summer, it was so successful that they're going to extend it for another year. Now, where does the money come from? Well, yeah, they ended up raising certain fees. I'll tell you what they did momentarily. But let's start off with this today, because I you know what? I'd be willing to do this. And should state money pay for it? Yeah. And I think the first time we did it during the pandemic, I think the tab was something like $70 million a year. Meaning That's what CT Transit was getting from the state for their labor, their maintenance, the use of the bus, paying the drivers, paying the mechanics, and all that. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Should the state, and I've got some rather interesting comments on there already, should the state look into making CT Transit buses free to ride? Now, you may say, well, wait a minute, Paul, that's going to cost money. But we're spending money on these so-called green initiatives as it is, with mixed results. Some people say, oh, the solar panels, the solar panel farms, the offshore wind, that's too expensive. Well, do you think paying for free buses is a waste of money or a good idea here? I'd like to see us go back to it for a year or two and take a look. Now, obviously, there are safety concerns here. You don't want drivers, the men and women who drive these buses, you don't want them having to drive around, let's face it, mentally ill people all day, turning the buses into rolling homeless shelters. That's something I guess there'd be some concern about. But is this the wave of the future? We did it once here in Connecticut. Incoming Mayor Zohran Mamdani wants to do it in New York. They're doing it in Iowa. They're doing it in Memphis. And they did it for a time in Kansas City. And I guess they're reevaluating it again. Where could they get the money? So you tell me, what do you think? Free municipal bus rides. I know it's not free in a sense, but shall we say no fare bus rides? F-A-I-F-A-R-E, not F-A-I-R. You tell me. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Should the state look into making CT Transit buses free to ride?
The WICC Smart MLS Great Fairfield County Food Drive, live from Palmer's Market in Darien.
Yes, the government shutdown is over. Yes, SNAP is fully funded until next September. Guess what? As great as all of that is, food insecurity in Fairfield County is at an all-time high right now. And we're trying to do a little something about it. And if you're somewhere near Palmer's Market in Darien, maybe you can come and help us out right now. We are at the Smart MLS Great Fairfield County Food Drive. It's John Kamal, and right now we are putting together a whole bunch of different gift bags. Everything is going to benefit the food bank of Lower Fairfield County and the Bridgeport Rescue Mission. Come on by. You can buy something here at Palmer's if you want. We're looking for the non-perishable stuff, the stuff that doesn't go bad. I'm talking about box mac and cheese, a jar of peanut butter is great. Anything like that really helps out. If all you got is cash, listen, that's perfectly great too. We're going to be here all night until 6 p.m. So come on down if you've got a little bit something extra to give this holiday season. It's John Kamal at Palmer's Market, Smart MLS Great Fairfield County Food Drive.
I am very excited. I already have a date on the calendar for K&J Tree Service to come back out to our house in November, because before the seasons change for the winter time, you want to make sure that your trees are in good shape and that your property is safe. Hey, Melissa Sheketoff here, and I've been working with K&J Tree Service for the last year. And not only do they do a free tree risk assessment for anybody without any obligation, right now they're offering a flash sale. Make sure you call them at 203-248-TREE or go to kjtreeservice.com to book an appointment. That's kjtreeservice.com.
Center Stage Theater in Shelton is your local entertainment hub for holiday cheer with December programs for all ages, including Jingle Bingo, Sweet Treats and Songs with Santa, A Christmas Carol, featuring one man playing all 25 roles, the best of Bublé, holiday mini camp, and a wreath-making workshop. Visit centerstageshelton.org for the holiday lineup and to purchase tickets. Plus, 2026 season subscriptions and gift cards are now on sale. For high-quality entertainment close to home, it's Center Stage Theater in Shelton.
Now you can find out who's under the helmet and behind the jersey with the Rudin Report Athlete Profile. High school sports are made great by the student athletes who play them. Check out the High School Athlete Profile, sponsored by BMW of Darien at therudinreport.com.
Ciao from Ellen and Ricardo at Gusto Trattoria in Milford. This holiday, taste the sauce, savor the special Sardinian wine, enjoy the warm atmosphere. This holiday, don't miss Gusto Trattoria in Milford. For a business lunch, for an intimate dinner, for a full holiday party in a private room. This holiday, take time to relax and enjoy the art of Italian living right here in Milford. Gusto Trattoria, open every day for lunch and dinner. Gusto Trattoria, 255 Boston Post Road, Milford.
This season, shop small and save big at Spectre Furniture and Mattress Gallery in Ansonia. Celebrate store-wide savings on Lazy Boy recliners, Beauty Rest mattresses, and more, just in time to refresh your home before the holidays. Stop by and spread some cheer. Spectre Furniture is a proud drop-off site for teams' toys for kids. Bring in a new unwrapped toy and brighten the child's season. Spectre Furniture, trusted for 135 years on Main Street in Ansonia. Shop small, save big, give back.
Hi, I'm Peter from Donut Delight. Donut Delight has used Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning since 1994. From installing plumbing in our new stores to maintaining our existing stores and our personal homes. Their guys have always been very professional and great to work with. Donut Delight has been very happy with Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning.
Looking for a reliable plumbing or HVAC company? Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and AC has proven customer satisfaction since 1974. Go to BassoPHAC.com. That's BassoPHAC.com.
Want to know how business gets made in Connecticut? Check out the Made podcast at voiceofct.com. It's the official companion to the Made Leadership Series. Want to stay ahead of the curve and learn from top minds? Check out Connecticut-made.com and get made.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
In Norwalk, road construction has the right lane closed on the Merritt northbound at exit 17 through 20. In Trumbull, road construction has the left lane closed on the Merritt northbound at exit 33 through 36. Right now, 95 is your best bet heading northbound from the city to Milford. It's going to take about 41 minutes to get from the state line to Milford. Paul Goodman, WICC Traffic.
Cloudy this evening and tonight with a low in the mid-30s. Cloudy on Friday, a few scattered showers arriving by later in the afternoon with a high in the low 50s. Partly sunny Saturday with a high of 50. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Always live, always local, and always with something on his mind. Back to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli, WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Yeah, you know what's on my mind? Want to start on something a little lighter today before we get into all the slop and the muck and the absentee ballot stuff and gun permits today. Coming up, we'll have that. The Epstein files, surprise, they may be highly redacted. We told you about that. But an interesting story, and credit to our friend Tom Dudchick on the Connecticut CTCapitalReport.com. Another major metro area is extending its free commuter bus service. And there's a really interesting story that Tom posted there. From Iowa City, Iowa. They made their buses free, and when that happened, traffic was lessened. The air quality was better. Ridership jumped. People cut back on driving. And I'm looking at this saying, well, wait a minute. We spend so much money on other quote-unquote, green initiatives. Some people like them. Some people hate them. Some people are in the middle like, And there's quantitative bickering about those, about wind power and solar power. But the bus thing seems pretty simple. Now, how was it paid for? And Grace, hang on, we'll get right to you. We have Grace standing by in Milford. You probably say, well, okay, Paul, how did those fine people in middle America in Iowa City, Iowa, pay for this whole thing? Well, that's interesting as we scroll down and we find out there's a 2-year pilot program that they extended. It's paid for with a 1% increase in utility taxes, 1%, and they doubled the public parking rates. So there's the rub, as we like to say. And again, I know the tendency is to say free bus rides, fare, no fare, F-A-R-E, but somebody's got to pay for it. So would you be willing to see a 1% increase in your utility taxes, say if Connecticut tried this, and maybe pay more to park your car when you choose to drive. How about that, huh? Grace in Milford starts us off today. Hey, Grace, how are you? What's up? You're on the air.
Oh, I'm good, thanks. How are you?
Good.
Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah.
I think that this is a wonderful idea, but you know, they're gonna lose a lot of revenue, and our biggest tax that the state gets is gasoline tax.
There you go.
And if people aren't driving, that's going to go down, and we are one of the highest tax states in the nation.
Yeah.
You know, how much more can we take?
It's 25 cents a gallon. You're right, Grace, on each gallon of gasoline, and they're already feeling a reduction in that because of all the electric vehicles. Think about that. There's 60,000 electric vehicles in the state. They're not paying gas tax either.
Right. But we're also, on our electric bill, we're also paying the public tax, whatever that is.
The public
we
benefits
just can't
tax.
take anymore.
Yeah. So, Grace, would you be so I guess maybe you're not willing to say, or maybe you are, I don't know, to say, hey, all right, put another $1 on my bill for free bus rides, or you think there's already money for it that they can find?
I would be willing to pay that, but it never ends up that way. It would end up being a lot more, I'm sure.
Thank you, Grace. Appreciate it. Grace and Milford there. All right, folks. So, look, free bus ride. And I know that's the idiom to say it that way. Hey, the buses are free. Well, wait, no. They're not free. There's no fare. F-A-R-E, not F-A-R-E-R, because life isn't fair. But there's no fare on some of these buses. Iowa City's doing it. Memphis is embarking on an experiment to do it. The incoming mayor in the Big Apple, Zohran Mamdani, he wants to do it. They did it in Kansas City a couple of years ago. In fact, my son was out there working on a show, and he remarked, he goes, hey, the buses are free out here. I said, I know. Good idea for Connecticut. We did this during the pandemic, and I think we spent something like $70 or $75 million worth of pandemic money, COVID-19 money that was spread around like water. And that lasted until, hang on here, I have a story pulled up here just to set the reference point here. And all right, so the fares came back in April of 2023, and they say that ridership dipped there. So look, this is just me. I'm not saying you have to agree with me, but if you said, hey, Paul, we would, now I live in Wallingford, it's different, it's not Eversource, it's not UI, it's not Avangrid, we have our own grid, you know that. Would I be willing to pay $1 or $2 a month to subsidize the buses even though I don't ride them? Yeah, I would, but that's just me. Would you do that? Or should I just shut my mouth about spending your money? Traffic and weather together right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
In Norwalk, road construction has the right lane closed on the Merritt northbound at exit 17 through 20. In Trumbull, road construction has the left lane closed on the Merritt northbound at exit 33 through 36. Right now, 95 is your best bet heading northbound from the city to Milford. It's going to take about 41 minutes to get from the state line to Milford. Paul Goodman, WICC Traffic.
Clouding over this evening and overnight, below the mid-30s. Cloudy on Friday, a few late-day showers, the high and low 50s. Partly sunny Saturday with a high of 50. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance: the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory-starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
It's Duchess Restaurants. It's fresh, made to order, and it's what makes Duchess food so good. Duchess Restaurants has so many choices for breakfast. Bacon, egg, and cheese. On a hard roll, wrap, whole wheat toast, any way you'd like it. Or a big D breakfast with 2 pancakes, 2 eggs, and bacon, ham, or sausage. You can't go wrong with one of Duchess Restaurants' many items, including breakfast platters, sandwiches, muffins, bagels, and more. All of Duchess's menu items are made to order, adding to their fresh flavor. You gotta eat breakfast at Duchess. Go to GoDuchess.com for the one nearest you. Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
Do you hear that? Asthma triggers are everywhere, from dust mites, pet dander, and pollen, to smog and smoke. An asthma attack can strike anywhere, anytime. Be prepared with quick-acting Primatene Mist. Clinically proven to open airways quickly. It's the #1 FDA-approved asthma inhaler available over the counter. Primatene Mist. Breathe easy again. Use as directed.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Need metal? Metal Supermarkets, the world's largest small quantity metal supplier, is open in Bridgeport. The metal you need, cut to size and ready fast. Call or visit at 1085 Connecticut Avenue and ask about the other metal services we provide.
Fall is the season for fresh starts, so why not start with your smile? At Downtown Dental, transform your look with Invisalign or veneers, the best quality at the lowest price.
I lost a tooth from an accident, but Downtown Dental gave me my smile back with same-day implants, just $999. It was easy, painless, and affordable.
Now I'm smiling brighter than ever, thanks to Downtown Dental.
3 convenient offices in Bridgeport, Norwalk, and West Haven. Call Downtown Dental today or visit downtowndentalct.com.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. There is political outrage over President Trump's post that Democrats who told military members to refuse illegal orders are traitors who should face execution. Senator Rand Paul.
I don't think it's a good idea to talk about jailing your political opponents or hanging them or whatever else. I think we have political disagreements and we need to work them out in the political line.
Senator Chuck Schumer called it an outright threat that's deadly serious. Former Vice President Dick Cheney's funeral was held today at Washington's National Cathedral. Former President George W. Bush gave a eulogy.
Even before the Cheney name reached the national stage, people always saw something in the man, solid, reliable, and rare.
Cheney was a staunch conservative, but also a critic of President Trump. After the January 6th attack on the Capitol, Trump was not invited to the service. On Wall Street, stocks are lower. CBS News Brief, I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A state trooper has been arrested a second time in connection with a domestic violence incident over the summer. Edward Gukin was initially arrested August 27th after he was found by police to be the aggressor in an incident with a woman and was charged with disorderly conduct. Gukin was arrested again this week and charged with first-degree reckless endangerment, illegal discharge of a firearm, and risk of injury to a minor. He's free after posting $25,000 bond. A jury has convicted a man of first-degree assault in the shooting of an Uber driver in Stratford. Anthony Van claimed he acted in self-defense when he fired at the vehicle in a parking lot near an Amazon warehouse on Long Beach Boulevard in 2023. Van admitted to shooting the driver, who suffered multiple injuries. Jurors deliberated for around 2 hours before reaching their verdict Wednesday. Van will be sentenced in January. Larry Summers has left a position on the Yale Budget Lab board over his association with convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. The former Harvard president announced this week that he's stepping down from public engagements after published emails showed his close friendship with Epstein. Information about Summers has been removed from the Yale Budget Lab website. In a video posted to social media by one of his students, Summers said this week that he's deeply ashamed over his contact with Epstein, which continued until right before his 2019 arrest.
Some of you will have seen my statement of regret, expressing my shame with respect to what I did in communication with Mr. Epstein, and that I've said that I'm going to step back from public activities.
A pedestrian has serious injuries after being struck by a vehicle on Interstate 95 in Stamford. The highway's northbound lanes were closed for over 5 hours after the crash at around 7 a.m. Wednesday. Police say the unidentified victim was taken to the hospital for treatment of serious injuries. A crash reconstruction team is assisting with the investigation. A pedestrian has serious injuries after being struck by a vehicle in Norwalk. The unidentified man was hit on Connecticut Avenue Tuesday night, and police have not been able to identify him. Police say the man was not in a crosswalk when he was struck. The driver of the vehicle that struck the man remained at the scene and is cooperating with police. E-bikes are one of the most hotly requested gifts this holiday season, but state officials are now reminding Connecticut residents about the new laws regarding the bikes that went into effect this past October. E-bikes are now split into 3 different classes based on speed and power, with the more powerful machines having age restrictions. In addition, all e-bike riders are required to wear helmets. At a news conference held this past fall, Fairfield Republican State Senator Tony Wong shared some alarming statistics about the dangers of e-bikes.
According to the Department of Transportation, they saw more than a 350% increase in death from a year ago from e-bikes. And you see no abatement in that number. It'll continue to go up unless we impose some guidelines and regulation to assist our local law enforcement.
E-bikes that are over 750 watts are also now considered a motor-driven vehicle and require a driver's license. 2 Shoreline dentists are agreeing to pay over $700,000 to settle allegations they violated the Federal False Claims Act. L&M Family Dentistry in New Haven and Dent Plus Family Dentistry in Stamford were accused of providing services for Medicaid claims referred by third-party medical recruiters. Both dentist offices have since been dissolved. The former owners are agreeing to pay the reimbursement to Medicaid, but they are not admitting any liability. And Governor Ned Lamont says the state is facing an uphill climb in its effort to keep the WNBA's Connecticut Sun from leaving for another market. The team has played its games at Mohegan Sun Arena for over 2 decades while owned by the Mohegan tribe. Lamont indicates that the WNBA has many other television markets it would rather see the team move to if sold to a new owner. The governor also says he expects the negotiations to be resolved in the near future. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Road construction in Norwalk, right lane closed on the Merritt northbound between exit 17 and 20. In Trumbull, road construction, left lane closed on the Merritt northbound between exits 33 and 36. In Shelton, road construction, right lane closed on Route 8 northbound between exits 7 and 9. Heading northbound from the city to Milford, it's pretty even. It's going to take you 55 minutes whether you take the Merritt or 95. Paul Goodman, WICC Traffic.
Cloudy this evening and tonight with a low in the mid-30s. Cloudy on Friday, a few scattered showers arriving by later in the afternoon with a high in the low 50s. Partly sunny Saturday with a high of 50. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Bridgeport is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Okie dokie, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Look, a lot of people at least heard about this idea that, it's a communist idea, it's a socialist idea. Well, is it? And the idea we're talking about is actually something we did here in Connecticut using COVID-19 money from the COVID pandemic up till a few years ago. And from about the start of the pandemic, to April of 2023, you remember, CT Transit bus rides were free. Now, they were free for the riders. There was no fare involved. There were no fare rides. And that ended in 2023. Now, Zohran Mamdani, the incoming mayor of New York City, says he wants to do that. Now, he can suggest it all he wants. The mayor does not have that kind of power in New York City with the MTA board, right? But it's out there. Iowa City, Iowa is doing it right now. Memphis, Tennessee is experimenting with it. Kansas City, Missouri did it a couple of years ago. My son noticed it when he was out there working on a play at a local theater. How about doing that in Connecticut? And the reason I say I wouldn't mind spending money on it is we spend all this money, millions, offshore wind. We did the EV charging stations, other stuff here, these solar panel farms, and there's all this kind of debate about whether these things work or not. Okay, well, you can't deny. In fact, there's this big story that I urge you to read. It's the link will take you to the story on the New York Times that Tom Dudzik posted on his Capitol Report page. And apparently it's taken a bunch of cars off the road in Iowa City, Iowa. Now, every market's different. Is Iowa City, Iowa the same as Fairfield County or New Haven County or Hartford County, Connecticut? No, of course not. But if the goal is to lower pollution without really building anything, you're not really looking for crazy zoning here or building this and building that. You're giving people incentive to leave the car at home, even if it's a hybrid. Hybrids use gas too, right? Now, one of our previous callers said, hey, wait a minute here. This is not a panacea because if people aren't using gas, what are they not paying? Yes, the state gasoline tax. And this is why we're eventually going to go to a mileage tax in this state. I know people don't like it, but every EV that's on the road doesn't pay gasoline tax. Every hybrid on the road pays less gasoline tax. So, yeah, that's one way of looking at it. Hey, we're losing the tax revenue, but isn't it a pretty simple way to help people? And let's face it. Now, I don't want to draw broad conclusions here, but especially with low-income folks or folks in urban settings, Bridgeport, Hartford, New Haven, if they're not paying whatever a monthly or weekly bus pass is right now on CT Transit, doesn't it figure they might spend that money somewhere else? And I know somebody has to pay it. I get it. CT Transit buses don't run on their own. The electricity to charge them, if it's an electric bus or a hybrid bus, it's not free. The drivers still have to get paid. The maintenance people have to get paid. The dispatchers have to get paid. The front office staff has to get paid. I get that. I understand that. But we did it once, and apparently it worked. Why not do it again? Right? Just a thought. I'm okay with this. I am. Well, how can you be a conservative? Well, some stuff just makes sense. That's me. What do you think? You think I'm becoming a card-carrying lefty, don't you? Do a little business coming back first. Patrick in Milford. Patrick, how are you? What's up?
Hey, I'm good. I want to weigh in on this,
Sure.
The bus situation.
Sure.
I work in social services, and I know this was a major benefit for clients once when the bus you didn't have to worry about bus passes, VAO transportation, and so forth.
Yeah.
The traffic is soul sucking in Connecticut, and has since I moved here 25 years ago.
Patrick, that is great. That is great. Soul sucking traffic. That is great.
Everything. I would even take it a step further. I would make Metro North subsidized. Let's fix transportation. You can't widen the highways.
Mm-hmm.
You're not going to add a double deck. Do whatever you can. Get Connecticut on the map with some vision here.
Yeah.
That this is a way to put money in the lower end of the economic pyramid.
Sure.
With no administrative cost. Nobody's abusing a free bus ride.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody's for connection to education, connection to doctor's appointments, connection to jobs. Nobody's abusing it if it means. So it's a no-brainer to reinstitute this.
Yeah, and Patrick, you're not going to tell me too that some of that money that is saved is going to go into other parts of the economy, too. If somebody's not buying gas or spending money on a weekly or monthly bus pass, they may go out for a nice dinner once every 5 or 6 weeks and treat themselves. Yeah, absolutely.
And if I'm sitting in my Lexus on 95, there's one less car, 2 less cars, 3 less cars. You should feel foolish getting in your car, particularly if you made Metro North free.
Yeah.
Because there's a cost to this. We have doctors, engineers, pharmacists stuck in traffic every day.
Yeah.
This is not the best use of their time, and it's a real good way to. We're looking at heating oil subsidies and SNAP benefits, all these things with Rube Goldberg schemes to implement them. Just make the buses free and put the money where it needs to go and move on and get Connecticut on the map. This is what we do.
Yeah.
Look at this. You could actually do something, very simple to make eye water. Look at what Connecticut does. That we take care of transportation, which we don't. So I'm aghast that they haven't moved forward on this.
Hey, Patrick, thank you. Good call there. Appreciate it. Yeah. So, folks, what do you think? You agree with Patrick that it's a kind of a win-win? And yes, the CT Transit men and women who are the fine bus drivers we see out there every day, they don't work for free. I understand it. Somebody's got to give. Somebody will pay them. It'll be out of taxpayer money, or maybe they can get a federal grant from the government. I don't know. In some way, shape, or form, it comes from somewhere. But as he said he worked in social services, and he saw, and I guess what he saw and heard from his clients saying, hey, I didn't have to drive here. It was easier getting here. A free bus. Why don't we do that? Now, again, there would have to be, I don't know, it would have to be tweaked around the edges. What do you do if somebody just gets on the bus and, perhaps mentally they're not all there. They're just going to stay on the bus all day. Look, you have to have some sort of gatekeeping technology here. You know what I mean? You can't just say, hey, get on, get off, get on, get off. The bus drivers need some sort of adequate protection. And he mentioned Metro North, too. And I know there were some Metro North discounts, but how about some real discounts connected to, say, somebody's income level? I don't know. You tell me. I'm okay with this. I really am. What do you think? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. It's being experimented with in some cities. How about if Connecticut goes back to fare-free rides on CT Transit?
The WICC Smart MLS Great Fairfield County Food Drive, live from Palmer's Market in Darien.
This is what I love about this time of year. It's people coming out and helping their neighbors. And honestly, right now, after everything that we've gone through, especially with this government shutdown, with SNAP getting shut down, people need it more than ever. It's John Kamal, and right now I'm at the Smart MLS Great Fairfield County Food Drive. We're at Palmer's Market in Darien, and we are taking donations. We've got pre-made bags that are $10 each that you can just buy and donate just like that, or you can head into Palmer's and you can buy anything that doesn't go bad, okay? Could be a can of beans, could be a jar of peanut butter, boxed mac and cheese, all of that stuff works. And if all you got is cash, that's perfectly fine too. Everything is going to benefit the food bank of Lower Fairfield County and the Bridgeport Rescue Mission. I want to say a special thank you as well to East Haven and Ridgefield Building Supply and First County Bank. They are helping us out this year as well. So if you got a little extra this holiday season, come on by. We're going to be here until 6 p.m. We would love to see you.
Having the right winter tire matters. So take control of the roads this winter with a new set of Bridgestone Blizzak tires from Town Fair Tire. Town Fair has the region's largest inventory of Bridgestone tires, all at the guaranteed lowest prices you'll find anywhere. And with 100 locations, you'll find a Town Fair near you. For the guaranteed lowest price on Bridgestone Blizzak tires and the most free services for life, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Connecticut Housing Partners thanks everyone who joined in celebrating its annual dinner and gala. Your generosity helps make home happen, not just for one night, but for a lifetime. There's still time to make a difference. This National Homelessness Awareness Month, you can join us to help end the cycle of housing insecurity. You can help make home happen for families and children right here in Connecticut by donating to the CHP Rent Bank. Visit cthousingpartners.org to give. That's cthousingpartners.org.
This is an ad by BetterHelp.
Life can get a little tough and even hectic during the holidays. This November, BetterHelp is encouraging everyone to reach out to check in on your people. Grab lunch with a friend you haven't seen in a while, or make that call to grandma. Reaching out to anyone can feel difficult, especially when we get used to relying on ourselves. And the same goes for reaching out to a therapist. But BetterHelp makes it easy with its therapist match commitment and over 12 years of experience in online therapy. In fact, BetterHelp meets over 90% of client preferences when matching its members with licensed professionals. And like that lunch with an old friend, when you do finally reach out and connect with someone, you often ask yourself, why didn't I do this sooner? This month, don't wait to reach out. Start now. Just call pound 250 and say the keyword ABC Radio. That's keyword ABC Radio after calling pound 250.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Road construction in Norwalk, right lane closed on the Merritt northbound between exits 17 and 20. In Trumbull, road construction, left lane closed on the Merritt northbound between exits 33 and 36. In Shelton, road construction, right lane closed on Route 8 northbound between exits 7 and 9. Heading northbound from the city to Milford, it's pretty even. It's going to take you 55 minutes whether you take the Merritt or 95. Paul Goodman, WICC Traffic.
Clouding over this evening and overnight with a low in the mid-30s. Cloudy on Friday, a few late day showers, the high in the low 50s. Partly sunny Saturday with a high of 50. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Whatever's on your mind, put it in a text and send it to Paul. 203-333-9422. WICC 695.9. The voice of Connecticut. Back to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
So if you go to the Capitol Report from our buddy Tom Dudzik, who's been on the station here numerous times, go to ctcapitalreport.com. ctcapitalreport.com. Once the page loads, look in the left-hand column. The last story in the left-hand column. Iowa City made its buses free, traffic cleared, and so did the air. And if you click on the link, it's a New York Times story that at this point, and it's a long story too, it's very well written. At this point in the day, the story is free. Now, I would urge you to read it sooner than later, because sometimes the New York Times and the Wall Street Journal and the Washington Post, they will put things out free for a while, get people talking about them like me, and then stick them behind a paywall. So there you go. It may ask you to create an account. Just give them an email you never use. Well, I do. I have 5 emails. Okay, use this one. You know, short Italian fat white guy at gmail.com. Jeez, that's an odd email address. But interesting story. And we did this in Connecticut. Up until April of, was it 2023 or 2024? April of 2023. It started during the pandemic, which of course revved up in late 2019, early 2020. Once the free rides ended here in the state, ridership dropped 33% in Stamford, 28% in Hartford, 27% in New Britain, and 13% in Waterbury. I think this is something that should be looked at again. Now, how do you pay for it? I don't know. You can wrestle with that. If there's enough in the rainy day fund, if these guardrails are putting so much, what do we have, a $5 billion reserve? I think 40 million bucks would be worth it out of a $5 billion reserve, but that's just me. I'm not sitting here trying to spend everybody's tax money, except that I am. I'm kidding. It's a joke. And Cece in Shelton. Cece, hi, you're on WICC. What's up?
Hi. I don't know if you can hear me. Can you hear me?
I can. You're on the air. You sound great. What's up?
Okay, good. I just wanted to make a comment about going back to the electricity rates and the public benefits.
Mm-hmm.
I'd gone to a meeting that was held in Stratford, actually, with State Senator Jason Perillo and Ryan Fazio.
Yep.
And it was very informative that the public benefits subsidize the charging stations.
Yes.
With that, yeah, which, you know, I don't think that's fair.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, Cece, you're right, and I'll let you finish here, but yeah, a lot of people, and I remember talking about that on the show, and again, these are the little things that not a lot of people realize is going on, that public benefits charge that hundreds of thousands of people, Cece, pay in this state is helping them subsidize somebody who's buying a generally much more expensive vehicle than they are.
Yes. Yeah, that's just something that upsets me. My son has solar.
Yeah.
And he tells me, and he has a big house.
Yeah.
And the lights are on and all the time. Anyway, in the summer with the air conditioning going, I think his bill was $5 or $7. He doesn't contribute to the public benefits because he's feeding back into the system.
Yeah, so he sells eligible, the excess power goes back to the utility, right?
Correct.
Wow. So he actually he gets bills of $5 to $7, really?
Yeah, and that I'm telling you from summertime when the AC is on all the time.
Yeah. So he's got that. He's got the AC just chugging away in his house all the time.
Well, not really. He's pretty conservative.
Okay.
I have to say.
All right.
He also put geothermal heating.
Wow.
He's trying to be environmental. But I'm just saying there's just something wrong. And most people, we're so busy in our lives, raising families and whatnot. It was very informative going to that meeting with Jason Perillo and Ryan Fazio.
And you know what, Cece, and thank you for the call, ma'am. I appreciate it. At least you did. Thank you, Cece. At least you took the time to go. And you're right. People are just really busy. And they have active social lives. I don't. I sit there at home at night with my microwave dinners, and I read this stuff so I can I'm not kidding. And I read this stuff so I can keep you updated as to what's going on. But yeah, we really, really need and the governor says he's going to be serious about this if he wins re-election. We need a top to bottom revamping. We need a plan, a long-term energy strategy in this state of how we're going to improve the lives for people, keep their bills as low as possible, strengthen the grid now that we have Pura's been revamped. Hopefully there's going to be a better relationship with UI and Eversource and Avangrid here versus having to go to the mat every time and being denied a rate increase. So they said, well, we can't get our rate increases. It's going to cost us more to borrow money. We're a credit risk, so you don't get nothing good that we do in Massachusetts. Or something like that. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Should CT Transit rides be free? In other words, to riders. They're not free. The buses don't operate on magic. There's no bus pixie dust or holy water. Father, Son, Holy Spirit. It doesn't work that way. The buses have to run. There's maintenance costs. There's wear and tear, mechanics, office staff, drivers, engineers, management, whatever. So people got to get paid, but would you be willing to fund that in other ways to keep the environment a little cleaner and keep cars off the roads?
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Road construction in Norwalk, right lane closed on the Merritt northbound between exit 17 and 20. In Trumbull, road construction, left lane closed on the Merritt northbound between exits 33 and 36. In Shelton, road construction, right lane closed on Route 8 northbound between exits 7 and 9. Heading northbound from the city to Milford, it's pretty even. It's going to take you 55 minutes whether you take the Merritt or 95. Paul Goodman, WICC Traffic.
Cloudy this evening and tonight with a low in the mid-30s. Cloudy on Friday, a few scattered showers arriving by later in the afternoon with a high in the low 50s. Partly sunny Saturday with a high of 50. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
This is the sound of captivity. This is the sound of rescue. And this is the sound of freedom. Give Armenia's captive bears a second chance by supporting International Animal Rescue. Call 508-826-1083 or search The Great Bear Rescue to learn more.
Let's be honest, most of us spend a lot of time thinking about retirement, but not so much actually preparing for it. Each week, David Gagnon, he's the host of Mastering Your Wealth, he discusses the financial news of the day and explains how it could affect you as you get ready for retirement. Join David Saturday mornings at 8 for Mastering Your Wealth Radio right here on WICC 600. You can also visit masteringyourwealthradio.com.
All right, so we'll pick this up on the other side as well. Let me know what you think. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. It's top of mind again because the incoming mayor, the mayor-elect of New York City, Zohran Mamdani, says he wants all the city buses to be free. Now, he can't do that. The bus drivers union, the transit union, they have reservations about it from a safety point of view or whatever. But how about free buses in Connecticut?
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. President Trump has lashed out at Democrats who told military members not to follow orders that are unlawful. The president suggested they should be arrested and put on trial for treason. Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer.
We've already seen what happens when Donald Trump tells his followers that his political opponents are enemies of the state. Every time Donald Trump posts things like this, he makes political violence more likely.
White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt.
They were leading into their credentials as former members of our military, as veterans, as former members of the national security apparatus to signal to people serving under this commander-in-chief, Donald Trump, that you can defy him and you can betray your oath of office. That is a very, very dangerous message, and it perhaps is punishable by law.
In the video from Democrats, Navy veteran Senator Mark Kelly said the laws are clear. You can refuse illegal orders. The White House has confirmed there is a new plan to end the war in Ukraine. CBS's Ramy Inocencio reports it isn't going over well in Ukraine.
Kyiv does not approve of this plan that they have actually been at least verbally told about. It can be understood why. We're seeing out there the possibility that there may be a call for Ukraine to abandon territory, to give up some weapons, some which could be long range, and then to shrink its army. And of course, these are demands that Russia has wanted all along. People in Ukraine are seeing this kind of plan as capitulation more than any kind of real peace plan with the Kremlin.
Stacey Lynn reports the NTSB has released its preliminary report on the UPS crash in Kentucky earlier this month.
Images show a mount that keeps the engine attached to the plane separated from the wing just moments after takeoff, igniting a fireball. The report reveals that there were some cracks on the mount, and investigators found the pylon also had areas of overstress failure. It still doesn't reveal the exact cause of the crash, which could take as long as a year to determine.
14 people were killed. A funeral service was held today at the National Cathedral for former Vice President Dick Cheney.
And grace will lead me home.
Historian Doug Brinkley.
Cheney came in with a heavy hand. He knew everybody. I mean, he had been in Congress and had connections in Washington, and George W. Bush had the family name, but he was a foreign affairs novice. So Cheney had an overriding power as VP.
Cheney died earlier this month at the age of 84. Checking the numbers on Wall Street at this hour, stocks are lower. The Dow is off 131 points. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Take the next step forward in your career with great benefits and an award-winning workplace. Apply at careers.progressive.com.
Just how good is Pure Talk's current deal for unlimited wireless? Well, you might say it's the deal of your lifetime. Because right now, for just $29.95 a month, Pure Talk is offering unlimited talk, text, and data for life. Not your phone's life, your life. This is Pure Talk's top-tier plan. It comes with a crazy fast 5G network along with a 30-gig hotspot. And at just $29.95 a month, there has never been a better opportunity to lock in a ridiculously low rate for as long as you live. And save thousands and thousands of dollars along the way. This plan is normally $65 a month, but if you switch today, you will save over 50% every single month for the rest of your life. See what I mean? It really is the deal of your lifetime. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe. Offer ends 12/7. Some restrictions apply. Details at puretalk.com.
Major League Baseball.
WICC 695.9. Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A pedestrian has serious injuries after being struck by a vehicle in Norwalk. The unidentified man was hit on Connecticut Avenue Tuesday night, and police have not been able to identify him. Police say the man was not in a crosswalk when he was struck. The driver of the vehicle that struck the man remained at the scene and is cooperating with police. A pedestrian has serious injuries after being struck by a vehicle on Interstate 95 in Stamford. The highway's northbound lanes were closed for over 5 hours after the crash at around 7 a.m. Wednesday. Police say the unidentified victim was taken to the hospital for treatment of serious injuries. A crash reconstruction team is assisting with the investigation. E-bikes are one of the most hotly requested gifts this holiday season, but state officials are now reminding Connecticut residents about the new laws regarding the bikes that went into effect this past October. E-bikes are now split into 3 different classes based on speed and power, with the more powerful machines having age restrictions. In addition, all e-bike riders are required to wear helmets. At a news conference held this past fall, Fairfield Republican State Senator Tony Wong shared some alarming statistics about the dangers of e-bikes.
According to the Department of Transportation, they saw more than a 350% increase in death from a year ago from e-bikes. And you see no abatement in that number. It'll continue to go up unless we impose some guidelines and regulation to assist our local law enforcement.
E-bikes that are over 750 watts are also now considered a motor-driven vehicle and require a driver's license. The United Way of Central and Northeastern Connecticut is seeking donations for a new program to help the homeless. The organization has launched a rapid response fund for homelessness and housing and has added $100,000 to get it started. Residents in the 56 towns covered by the nonprofit can receive cash assistance to help them stay warm and housed this winter. Governor Ned Lamont says these types of programs are important, especially with the federal government pulling back funds. And Governor Ned Lamont also says the state is facing an uphill climb in its effort to keep the WNBA's Connecticut Sun from leaving for another market. The team has played its games at Mohegan Sun Arena for over 2 decades, while owned by the Mohegan Tribe. Lamont indicates that the WNBA has many other television markets it would rather see the team move to if sold to a new owner. The governor also says he expects the negotiations to be resolved in the near future. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
In Norwalk, road construction, right lane closed on the Merritt northbound between exits 15 and 20. In Trumbull, road construction, left lane closed. Delays on Route 8 to the Sikorsky Bridge on the Merritt northbound between exits 33 and 36. In Shelton, road construction, right lane closed. Route 8 northbound between exits 7 and 9. Right now, it's pretty even between the Merritt northbound and 95 northbound from the city to Milford. It's going to take you about 50 minutes to get there. Sponsored by Columbia Dental in Norwalk. Conveniently opened to fit your schedule. dental, cleanings, implants, even oral surgery. All in one place. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. Paul Goodman, WICC Traffic.
Clouding over this evening and overnight with a low in the mid-30s. Cloudy on Friday, a few late day showers, the high in the low 50s. Partly sunny Saturday with a high of 50. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
I've been doing talk shows on and off around news gigs and co-hosting gigs in this business since 1992. So that's what, 33 years I've been doing talk shows. Previous to that, I was a straight news guy, and I would hear these news people I would interview every day and say, my God, I've got an opinion on this, but I can't say it. So I've been doing talk shows for 33 years. We have something today that and I love it. This makes me smile. I was never called this for 33 years. I was just referred to on a text message. You could text us, by the way. Talk or text. Same number, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. In my discussion as to whether we should take another look at, as the incoming Democratic Socialist mayor of New York wants to do, as they're doing in a handful of American cities now, no fare bus rides. They're not free. Somebody's got to get paid. So I'm floating this, and I have been called, ladies and gentlemen. Chris, by the way, I know I'm doing this on the fly here. Is there the drum? I think this deserves a drum roll. Do we have the? Can we wake up the Connecticut Today drummer? Because I think this, and thank you for this text, seriously, because this will spawn, not spurn is go away, spawn. This will spawn some discussion. I have been referred to as, ready for this? Now, the fact that people earlier in the show loved this idea, and this now comment is here, shows you we're doing the right thing. I am becoming a pinko. Yes. Paul, you are becoming a pinko. And you know what pinko is, a slang for a left-leaning communist, socialist, whatever. Hi, Paul, you're becoming a pinko. Anytime consumers are disconnected from suppliers via a pricing mechanism, fatal distortions result. Okay. How to value payments to bus drivers, mechanics, new parts, new buses, except by what people are willing to pay for the service. Now, that person is not wrong. From a purely, that person is looking at it from a very nuts and bolts, dollars and cents position, and I can see that, and I appreciate that. I'm kind of looking at it the same way, but in a more abstract way. My point of view is this, and yes, that person is right. There's X amount of money you need to pay for drivers, mechanics, new buses, new parts, maintenance. It's not free. Like I said, free rides aren't free. But this person, and thank you for the text, I appreciate it because it's important here. This person is looking at it from one economic point of view. I'm saying, well, wait a minute now. If we spent the money on the, whatever, for the cost that this person talks about, is our return on investment actually more beneficiary than running the buses the old way? In other words, is it more economical to simply pay for free buses with or the return that we may get by fewer cars on the road, cleaner air? And my big thing here is people, particularly probably in middle and low income strata, having more money to spend in other places maybe above and beyond what it would cost to run the buses. and I should look this up. Chris, can you, while I'm rambling along here, can you just dig up what's a CT Transit bus pass cost? Can you just dive in? Thank you. I should have done this myself. Weekly, monthly. And my point is, if you tell people, hey, now again, they have to be paid for, but no, you can save X amount of money by not buying the bus pass. What is it, Chris? What do we have online?
A 1-day pass is $350.
Okay.
A 3-day pass is $875.
All right.
5-day for $14 and a 31-day for $63.
Okay, 31-day pass is $63. So let's do round figure $60. All right? And maybe that person needs it to go to class, or they're in school. And I guess there may be a student discount. I don't know. I know there used to be. But what if that's somebody who can take the bus to work, point A to point B, right? And so it's $60 a month, roughly $720. With 63, make it about $750 a year. So my point is, along with this person who texted me in, is saying, yeah, everything has a cost. I get that. But does that balance off or even end up better for state taxpayers and businesses if that person riding the bus is spending that $750 a year, one person, on other stuff? What if they're spending that $750 a year more on, I don't know, a nice dinner once a month? Or maybe they say, hey, I've saved on the bus so I can go out and buy a new refrigerator or a new range. So interesting economic angles here I can see. Jeff and Dave, hang on. We'll get to you first. We'll do this. Get on the bus at WICC.
The WICC Smart MLS Great Fairfield County Food Drive, live from Palmer's Market in Darien.
It really is. It's a party down here. People keep on coming by. Oh, we got, what is that? It's all right. Someone just donated some granola. Cashy Go, 10 grams of protein. We love to see that. It's John Kamal, and I am hanging out at Palmer's Market in Darien. It's the Smart MLS Great Fairfield County Food Drive, and people are coming by to help out their neighbors right now. In fact, one of the trucks just came by to come grab a whole bunch of food, and you know what? If you've got a little bit extra this holiday season, we would love to see you down here, too. We're here until 6 p.m., and we're taking all of the stuff that doesn't go bad. That could be a can of beans. That could be a box of cereal, box of that granola, like the Kashi that I was just talking about. Is it Kashi? I don't know. Anyway, it doesn't matter. If all you got is cash, that's great, too. Come on by. You can buy yourself a wreath. They're selling those right outside of Palms right now. Like I said, we're going to be here till 6 p.m. Special thank you to East Haven and Ridgefield Building Supply and First County Bank. They teamed up with us to help feed our neighbors this holiday season. So if you're around, we'd love to see you. It's John Kamal hanging out outside of Palmer's Market in Darien.
Discover the finest flooring in Southern Connecticut at Courtesy Carpet. With over 50 years experience, from intricate area rugs and durable vinyl to elegant stair runners, they have it all. Shop anywhere, but see them before you buy. Visit L&J and their team on Route 111 in Monroe or at courtesycarpet.com. Financing is available, so you can get the floors you love today. Trust the experts in quality flooring, because at Courtesy Carpet, your satisfaction is their courtesy.
Hi, this is Leo Carl from Carl Chevrolet in New Canaan. Last year, more consumers switched to Chevrolet than any other automotive brand. Why? With more standard passive and active safety features than any other brand, plus easy-to-use technology like wireless Apple CarPlay, Chevy simply builds in more value. And who doesn't love getting more for their money? With fresh inventory arriving daily, see for yourself at Carl Chevrolet, 261 Elm Street in New Canaan, or online at carlchevy.com.
It's time to make an appointment to tour Forest Hills Milford, one of the newest luxury rental 55 and over communities in Connecticut. Step into a home where every detail is designed to offer ease and comfort. Forest Hills Milford's spacious, brand new luxury apartments include assigned garage parking with elevator access and use modern technologies to bring ease and comfort to everyday living. Nestled in the beauty of Milford, close to beaches, golf, marinas, and more. Visit foresthillsmilford.info to learn more. Forest Hills Milford, home made easy.
Connecticut lottery tickets make great holiday gifts, but they're not for kids. To celebrate the season and encourage responsible giving, the Connecticut Lottery invites you to share the joy by giving a toy. Now through December 19th, we're collecting new unwrapped toys to benefit the Yale New Haven Hospital Toy Closet program. Donations will help provide each pediatric patient with an age-appropriate gift. For toy suggestions, drop-off locations, or to make a monetary donation, visit ctlottery.org. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org.
A cancer diagnosis comes with so many questions. Should you get a second opinion? What's the right treatment? How do you tell your kids? You don't need more questions in your life. You need world-class cancer care here in Fairfield County. That's why Stamford Health collaborates with Dana-Farber Brigham Cancer Center, ranked number 3 nationally for cancer care. Your search for answers stops when our care for you starts. Stamford Health.
Protect your home and auto with a bundle from Progressive so you can stop worrying about them and invent new things to worry about, like snakes in your bedroom. Sure, that sounds incredibly irrational, but now that we've mentioned it, you are a little worried. The odds of one snake, let alone snakes plural, are so slim. But you might want to check. Oh, you're not near your bedroom. Guess you'll just have to sit there and worry about it. So let Progressive protect your home and auto, because you've got enough to worry about. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
In Norwalk, road construction, right lane closed on the Merritt northbound between exits 15 and 20. In Trumbull, road construction, left lane closed. Delays on Route 8 to the Sikorsky Bridge on the Merritt northbound between exits 33 and 36. In Shelton, road construction, right lane closed. Route 8 northbound between exits 7 and 9. Right now, it's pretty even between the Merritt northbound and 95 northbound from the city to Milford. It's going to take you about 50 minutes to get there. Paul Goodman, WICC Traffic.
Cloudy this evening and tonight with a low in the mid-30s. Cloudy on Friday, a few scattered showers arriving by later in the afternoon with a high in the low 50s. Partly sunny Saturday with a high of 50. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
As soon as you hear it in the news, Paul already has his opinion on it. Back to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, we're talking about free bus. I think this is a good idea. I like this. And hey, some cities have done it. Some cities, Iowa City, Iowa is doing it again. Memphis is looking at it. The incoming mayor of New York City wants to do it. Now, again, I think the bus drivers union is cool on that because of the safety concerns. But again, here's my point from an economics point of view. If people don't have to pay for certain modes of transportation, isn't there a chance they spend the money on something else? Instead of having to spend $2, $3, $5 a day on something, maybe they, even if it's, hey, I didn't have to pay for my bus, but I'm going to buy a nice cup of coffee here or a latte or something. You see what I'm saying here? Now, what I'd like to find out, and maybe I can poke around here, I'd like to know what the CT Transit cost per rider is or per trip. I don't know how they can figure that out. That's how you could really tell what the real cost of doing this is. Jeff in Westport is here. Jeff, how are you, sir? What's up?
Hey, Paul, how you doing?
Hey.
So I got three things to say.
Okay.
Real quick.
Yeah.
Okay. The first one's sort of funny since you're such a great investigator journalist.
Yeah.
How many Armenian bears are in jail?
I don't know. Well, I keep asking. I keep asking Chris if we have solved that problem yet, Jeff. But no, I haven't. But those darn Armenian bears, yes.
Okay. The real thing is.
Yeah.
In Seattle, they tried doing the free buses.
Yep.
They actually found that the normal people who pay to go on the buses slowly, after a while, stopped going on the buses. Know why? Because since it's free, homeless people started using the buses all the time, and the buses became really bad.
They became and again, that's the fear in New York is that you would have rolling homeless shelters. Yes, yes.
Right, because if you don't have to pay, you can ride the bus all day, especially when it's cold out.
Yeah.
And the second thing is, our electric bill, I pay about $500 to $600 a month.
Oh.
And it's crazy because in Wisconsin, I'm originally from Wisconsin. I have all family there still.
Yeah.
They're paying about $100, $120 a month, if that. And their gas prices there are $2.64 a gallon right now.
Wow.
Now they're in the middle of the country where gas has to be trucked in from a far distance.
Yeah.
We're literally across the border from Jersey where the ships come in and unload the gas. Why are we in Connecticut paying so much for power and gas?
Well, the reason we're paying so much, and
bigger.
Yeah, and the reason we pay so much, Jeff, and thank you for the call, appreciate it. The reason we pay so much, and Jeff, I'm glad you brought that up, is two reasons, and the governor says it all the time. Number one, we're at the end of the distribution line, but as to Jeff's point, how is Wisconsin in a better position distribution-wise? And number two, and I think this is the difference, now I could be wrong here, between Wisconsin and Connecticut, the governor said, yeah, we're at the end of the distribution line, and we don't generate enough of our own power. And we, unfortunately, are at the whim sometimes of what New York wants to do and what Massachusetts wants to do. There have been plans to run a major feeder line from Hydro-Quebec down into this area, but it's been shot down, I believe, by Massachusetts, Vermont, and New Hampshire. Now, luckily, from what I read, and maybe she sees the writing on the wall or is reading the tea leaves or whatever, because she has what is going to probably be a tight election next year. Governor Kathy Hochul there in New York has, I guess she gave the preliminary okay the other day for a new natural gas pipeline. Now, you saw that handful of environmentalists at the Capitol, at the governor's office, get arrested already. And my guess is, and again, Jeff, I don't know if you want to check with your relatives there, I'd love to find out, is Wisconsin and Middle America a bit more receptive to using some of the older technologies? Because again, you already have people going crazy here. We can't have natural gas because it's a fossil fuel. I'm a big believer that oil and fossil fuels were put where they are in the ground by the creator, whoever he or she may be, or they may be, for us to specifically use them. I think the abundance of crude oil on this planet is specifically so the planet can, and its inhabitants can generate heat. But so we'll see what happens here. Yeah, supposedly now there is, in fact, I even think the governor said, well, this is one of his campaign promises I'm seeing the other day, which is in sense the left, I get it. But he says we have to bring in more energy. Listen, solar power is nice. Wind power is nice. All these ancillary technologies are nice. We still need fossil fuels to some extent or another. You still need it. You just do. Now, 30, 40, 50, 100 years from now, will we all be powered by solar and wind? Maybe. But it's a battleship, and you can't turn it on a dime. Traffic and weather together right here on the 6s, WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
In Norwalk, road construction, right lane closed on the Merritt northbound between exits 15 and 20. In Trumbull, road construction, left lane closed. Delays on Route 8 to the Sikorsky Bridge on the Merritt northbound between exits 33 and 36. In Shelton, road construction, right lane closed. Route 8 northbound between exits 7 and 9. Right now, it's pretty even between the Merritt northbound and 95 northbound from the city to Milford. It's going to take you about 50 minutes to get there. Paul Goodman, WICC Traffic.
Clouding over this evening and overnight. Below in the mid-30s. Cloudy on Friday, a few late day showers, the high in the low 50s. Partly sunny Saturday with a high of 50. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Are you ready for some football? Tune in every Sunday to the Voice of Connecticut for nonstop NFL action. Catch 2 thrilling games at 1 p.m. and 4 p.m., plus a 30-minute pregame show at 12:30. We'll bring you the insights, team updates, and the latest league news. It's all brought to you by Duchess Restaurants, where fresh food is served fast. Don't miss a moment of the action. The NFL on the Voice of Connecticut every Sunday. Kick off your game day right.
Are you looking for a loyal friend, a cuddle buddy, or just some unconditional love? Hey, it's Melissa Sheketoff, and the perfect companion is waiting for you at the Connecticut Humane Society. From playful pups to cuddly cats, these furry friends are ready for their forever home, and that home could be yours. By adopting, you're giving an animal a second chance and gaining a best friend for life. Visit cthumane.org to adopt and volunteer, or to donate to help care for pets still waiting. Adopt love, support hope, choose the Connecticut Humane Society.
This is an ad by BetterHelp. Life can get a little tough and even hectic during the holidays. This November, BetterHelp is encouraging everyone to reach out to check in on your people. Grab lunch with a friend you haven't seen in a while, or make that call to grandma. Reaching out to anyone can feel difficult, especially when we get used to relying on ourselves. And the same goes for reaching out to a therapist. But BetterHelp makes it easy with its therapist match commitment and over 12 years of experience in online therapy. In fact, BetterHelp meets over 90% of client preferences when matching its members with licensed professionals. And like that lunch with an old friend, when you do finally reach out and connect with someone, you often ask yourself, why didn't I do this sooner? This month, don't wait to reach out. Start now. Just call pound 250 and say the keyword ABC Radio. That's keyword ABC Radio after calling pound 250.
Want to know how business gets made in Connecticut? Check out the Made podcast at voiceofct.com. It's the official companion to the Made Leadership Series. Want to stay ahead of the curve and learn from top minds? Check out Connecticut-made.com and get made.
A personal finance columnist came up with a list of regrets she hears from retirees. Guess what was on the top of the list? Wishing they'd had a plan for their retirement. And that's the kind of thing that David Gagnon talks about every week on his show, Mastering Your Wealth. Join him Saturday mornings at 8, right here on WICC 600. And be sure to check him out online at masteringyourwealthradio.com.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. President Trump is accusing a half-dozen Democratic lawmakers of sedition punishable by death after they called on military members to uphold the Constitution and defy illegal orders. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt was asked by reporters about it a few minutes ago.
Why aren't you talking about what these members of Congress are doing to encourage and incite violence?
CBS's Willie James Inman with the Democrats' response.
They call the president to take the post down, calling it an unhinged social media post, and for him to recant his violent rhetoric before someone gets killed.
Former President George W. Bush delivered a eulogy today at the funeral of former Vice President Dick Cheney.
In his memoir, President Ford described Dick's steadiness, his low-key style, and his absolute loyalty. I know exactly what he meant. These are not traits easy to come by in Washington.
CBS News Brief. I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
2 shoreline dentists are agreeing to pay over $700,000 to settle allegations they violated the Federal False Claims Act. L&M Family Dentistry in New Haven and Dent Plus Family Dentistry in Stamford were accused of providing services for Medicaid claims referred by third-party medical recruiters. Both dentist offices have since been dissolved. The former owners are agreeing to pay the reimbursement to Medicaid, but they are not admitting any liability. A phishing attack sent over 10,000 fraudulent emails to New Haven public school students seeking personal banking information. More than half of students received at least one bogus email, and about 1,000 were opened. Students who answered the fraudulent email should notify the school's main office or the district's IT department immediately. Their families should also alert their financial institutions as their accounts could be compromised. A state trooper has been arrested a second time. in connection with a domestic violence incident over the summer. Edward Gukin was initially arrested August 27th after he was found by police to be the aggressor in an incident with a woman and was charged with disorderly conduct. Gukin was arrested again this week and charged with first-degree reckless endangerment, illegal discharge of a firearm, and risk of injury to a minor. He's free after posting $25,000 bond. Larry Summers has left a position on the Yale Budget Lab board over his association with convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. The former Harvard president announced this week that he's stepping down from public engagements after published emails showed his close friendship with Epstein. Information about Summers has been removed from the Yale Budget Lab website. In a video posted to social media by one of his students, Summers said this week that he's deeply ashamed over his contact with Epstein, which continued until right before his 2019 arrest.
Some of you will have seen my statement of regret, expressing my shame with respect to what I did in communication with Mr. Epstein, and that I've said that I'm going to step back from public activities.
A jury has convicted a man of first-degree assault in the shooting of an Uber driver in Stratford. Anthony Van claimed he acted in self-defense when he fired at the vehicle in a parking lot near an Amazon warehouse on Long Beach Boulevard in 2023. Van admitted to shooting the driver, who suffered multiple injuries. Jurors deliberated for around 2 hours before reaching their verdict Wednesday. Van will be sentenced in January. The Bridgeport Rescue Mission is gearing up for its annual Great Thanksgiving project to provide turkeys and bags of Thanksgiving fixings to low-income and working poor families in coastal Fairfield County. The mission will serve thousands of Thanksgiving dinners to residents and guests over the next 2 days in the Total Mortgage Arena parking lot. Distribution is taking place from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. today, as well as 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. tomorrow. For more information on the Great Thanksgiving Project or the mission's programs and services for homeless and struggling men, women, and children, visit BridgeportRescueMission.org. SantaCon in Fairfield will be a private event this year with tickets required to attend. Fairfield police say SantaCon on December 6th is not public. Police say the only sanctioned event is a private SantaCon being held by Fairfield University for its students and their guests at Jennings Beach. Last year's event was marked by overcrowding and crime, with 23 people charged with various offenses. Following last year's event, Fairfield University Representative Jennifer Anderson said that the school was open to new ideas to control the party.
We know that it's important for the university to partner and be a good neighbor to the community and the town. So when we sit down, we say, to the police force, we really rely on them to say, what's your recommendation?
And the New Haven Fantasy of Lights begins its run for the holiday season tomorrow night. The drive-through Christmas and holiday-themed display is back at Lighthouse Point Park for its 31st year. People view the display while rolling through the park and can tune their radios to listen to accompanying holiday music. The display is run by Goodwill of Southern Connecticut, with tickets starting at $10 a car. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
In Norwalk, road construction, right lane closed on the Merritt northbound between exits 15 and 20. In Trumbull, road construction, left lane closed. Delays on Route 8 to the Sikorsky Bridge on the Merritt northbound between exits 33 and 36. In Shelton, road construction, right lane closed. Route 8 northbound between exits 7 and 9. Right now, it's pretty even between the Merritt northbound and 95 northbound from the city to Milford. It's going to take you about 50 minutes to get there. Paul Goodman, WICC Traffic.
Cloudy this evening and tonight with a low in the mid-30s. Cloudy on Friday. A few scattered showers arriving by later in the afternoon with a high in the low 50s. Partly sunny Saturday with a high of 50. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
If Fairfield is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
You see, I knew when I went with this topic for the first one-third or half the show, people would be into this, debating it. I like this. Story I saw today in the New York Times. Tom Dudchick's site posted a Linked to a New York Times story about how another area of the country is looking into free, or should I say without fare. None of it's free, I'll admit that. But municipal bus service that doesn't charge the riders anything up front. It's Iowa City, Iowa. Memphis, Tennessee is doing this as well. New York City, the incoming mayor there, Zohran Mamdani, the mayor-elect, he wants to do it. We did it here in Connecticut for about 2 or 3 years during the pandemic. Apparently it worked. And look, no area is the exact same, but got a couple of more text messages here. Again, remember, talk or text, same number, 203-333-9422. The person who thinks I am leaning into pinko territory said, hey, what if free bus rides riders, I should say, sorry. What if free bus riders spend free money on more booze, weed, and sports betting sites? Your thesis, not you, meaning me, that the benefit of cleaner air, less traffic, and a knock-on to boost the restaurants and the economy is not quantifiable. No, you're right, it's not. I'm sure somebody could come up with some sort of, sabermetric-like measurement, but you're right, it's not quantifiable. What about the loss of car property taxes to towns? Yes, agreed. Registration fees to the state. Car service workers. Every equation has two sides. Yes, it does. I got this from a gentleman in Trumbull who was a Connecticut student, Connecticut State College students. Yeah, I thought I remembered this. Get a free bus pass while enrolled, but nothing is free. There is a $20 charge added to tuition. Yes, I get that. I get that. But it's interesting. We did it here in Connecticut, and I think for the 2 or 3 years we did it, I think the operational cost to the state was $70 million or something like that for all the CT Transit buses. I don't know. As this one person said who's been texting me today, there's two sides to every equation. Absolutely. Bill in Bridgeport is here. Bill, how are you? What's up?
Well, two things.
Yeah.
They proved that wind and solar do not work because Spain and Portugal went 4 days with no power because they had no backup. All they had was wind and solar.
Mm-hmm.
And one thing about the bus, where I used to live, it'd be a 5-mile walk for me to get to a bus stop.
That's another thing. So you're right, Bill. It's not for everybody.
Need a knee and hip replacement doesn't help either.
No. Bill, you're right. No, Bill, thank you for the call. Appreciate it. You're right. And I was going to bring that up. Remember, your car can stop anywhere. Your car can stop every 2 feet, like it does on the turnpike in morning and afternoon drive. Bill, you're right. Now, if it became free, does that mean that you would have to build in more bus stops, which would add to the operational costs? Yeah. And his point on wind and solar is interesting. It's not that you can't generate power on wind and solar. But is it ever, and who knows with the battery technology, and, this stuff is always getting fine-tuned. It's always improving. Now, does that mean in 5, 10, 15, 20, 30, 50, 100 years we're not going to be using wind and solar? Of course we will. And the technologies will probably be better. But are we ever going to see wind and solar as a primary, not used or not used, but will we ever see wind and solar as a primary energy source? Maybe. Do we eventually see a battery technology that can store so much collected power that, 3 or 4 days of dark skies and rain can be easily tolerated? Although they say that even on a cloudy day when there's not direct sun. There's still some UV radiation that can be converted and generate power. I don't know. Wind is wind. Sometimes you get a better wind on a bad weather day. So there's a conundrum there as well. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC.
The WICC Smart MLS Great Fairfield County Food Drive, live from Palmer's Market in Darien.
The food just keeps on coming. In fact, we just had an incredible donation a second ago. I want to give a special shout out to Francesca and Barbara from IMSI in Stamford. It's John Kamal, and I'm hanging out at the Smart MLS Great Fairfield County Food Drive here at Palmer's Market in Darien. We're having a great time, honestly. It's just nice. It's the kind of thing that gets you into the holiday spirit. You know what I mean? You see people coming down, they're donating, they're helping out their neighbors, because I'll tell you what, even in Fairfield County, food insecurity has never been greater. Government shutdown's over. That's great. SNAP benefits are funded. That's awesome too. But you know what? People are still hungry. People still need help. So if you got a little extra this holiday season and you want to help out your neighbors, come down here. We're going to be here until 6 p.m. We're taking all kinds of donations. Go into Palmer's, buy some stuff that's got a long shelf life. You can come out and donate it. Or they've also got specially made $10 bags full of everything that a family would need for a great Thanksgiving meal that was put together by all of these incredible volunteers. Speaking of which, special thanks to East Haven and Ridgefield Building Supply and First County Bank. They helped us out this year. If you want to help out your community this year, we're going to be here until 6 p.m. It's John Kamal at the Smart MLS Great Fairfield County Food Drive at Palmer's Market in Darien.
Hello, my name is Bob Cinto, and I would like to rent you office space. The reason we've done so well is that we put our tenants in front of everything else we do. Your growth is my growth. Your success is my success. And I would love to show you some beautiful properties if you should need space. Thank you.
Start online, scinto.com.
Repair your car with confidence at Sono Collision, Fairfield County's premier destination for top-notch collision repairs. Our expert team uses state-of-the-art equipment to restore your vehicle to pre-loss perfection. We prioritize your family's safety when it comes to fixing your car. Trust the care and precision of Sono Collision. Because after a collision, you deserve quality repairs and peace of mind. Visit us today at sonocollision.com. That's sonocollision.com. Your car will thank you.
Do you hear that? Asthma triggers are everywhere, from dust mites, pet dander, and pollen, to smog and smoke. An asthma attack can strike anywhere, anytime. Be prepared with quick-acting Primatene Mist. Clinically proven to open airways quickly. It's the #1 FDA-approved asthma inhaler available over the counter. Primatene Mist. Breathe easy again. Use as directed.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Heading northbound from the city, it looks like the Merritt's your best option. It's going to take you about 60 minutes to get from the state line to Milford. Meanwhile, over on 95, it's going to take you over an hour to get from the state line to Milford. Paul Goodman, WICC Traffic.
Clouding over this evening and overnight, below the mid-30s. Cloudy on Friday, a few late-day showers, the high and low 50s. Partly sunny Saturday with a high of 50. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
A place where you can complain freely. In fact, we encourage it. The voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9 and Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
All right, 203-333-9422. 333-WICC. Once again, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. I want to shift gears here in just a moment, but I do want to just add a couple of late text messages here. on my wondering about whether or not the state of Connecticut or maybe some cities should look into these no-fare bus rides. Again, municipal bus services aren't free to operate. Somebody's got to pay somebody for their labor and the parts and the maintenance of the buses and everything. They're very complex, especially the hybrid buses and the electric buses. Not like those old diesel horses from years ago. This person texts in, the free buses will turn into Skid Row. Yes, they very well might. And I think that's the one reason, for example, the part of the transit union in New York is the bus drivers are coming out against it because they're like, hey, can you imagine us driving around with a bunch of really rubber, as I like to put, rubber room sickos on the buses? This person texts in, how about splitting the difference and making buses half price? Maybe there's something. So you still make people pay something, which would eliminate a lot of mentally ill homeless from just curling up in the back of the bus all day. Maybe a state subsidy. How about that? Just a thought. At 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Governor Ned Lamont, look, the governor is saying what I've been saying for months, and people with a cold reality have been saying for months about the Connecticut Sun. With all due respect to the Mohegan Tribe, the Mohegan Sun Arena, the eastern part of the state, and with all due respect to 7 of the 8 counties in the state that aren't named Fairfield County, with all due respect to everybody, the governor is now saying what I told you 6, 8, 10 months ago when this first bubbled up about going tooth and nail to keep the Connecticut Sun in Connecticut. It's nothing against the team. It's nothing against the ownership. It's nothing against the WNBA. It's nothing against women's basketball. But what it is what I've said forever and ever and ever. Once you get outside of Fairfield County, and I'm sorry if people don't want to understand this, no major advertiser, we're talking major car companies, major hotel chains, even major airlines. Once you get outside of Fairfield County, which by extension a lot of the money is New York money, not all of it, but some of it is. Once you get outside Fairfield County, and until you get to Boston, no major advertiser is saying, I gotta have Connecticut. They like Fairfield County. There's in case you haven't heard, there's a lot of money in Fairfield County. But once you get to New Haven County, Hartford, Tolland, Wyndham, some of Litchfield County, no, there's no interest. There is none. You have to understand something. Professional sports, by and large, although we love the athletic competition, we love it. Nothing better than when you've had a crappy day at work or your husband and your wife's yelling at you, or the kids are acting up, whatever. Nothing better sometimes than just turning it all off, taking whatever you're wearing on your feet off, kick off your shoes or your sneakers, grab a beverage, alcoholic or other, and watching a game. The game's good. It's always good to watch the game. But you know what all this is? Yes, it's great. It's great athleticism. It's advertising. It's a way to advertise your product. Nothing wrong with that. But as Governor Ned Lamont says here, the state is facing an uphill climb in its effort to keep the WNBA's Connecticut Sun from leaving for another market. The team has played games at the Mohegan Sun Arena for over 2 decades while owned by the Mohegan Tribe. Yes, nice move for them. Good move for them. They bought the Orlando Dream for $10 million, and now the team is worth an estimated $250-300 million. If you judge by the expansion fee. So, sound business move. Lamont says the WNBA has many other television markets it would rather see the team move to if sold to a new owner. Which means the governor has been told, look, he's probably, I'm not saying this is definite, he's probably been told by the league governor, with all due respect, if we get Houston on board, or if we get Boston on board, or if we get Philadelphia on board, that translates into X tens or hundreds of millions of dollars. So it is sad because in aggregate, Connecticut's got, what do we have, 3.5, 3.8 million people, whatever. So it's not a deserted state. And we do have, let's be careful when we say this too. People say, we need pro sports. We need the Connecticut Sun. No, we're talking major league sports. We have in this state, we have, a professional baseball team in the Hartford Yard Goats, AA. We have a AA level professional soccer team with another on the way. We have 2 teams in the American Hockey League, which is one step below the NHL. So we have professional sports, but where the money is really made, Major League Baseball, the NFL, Major League Soccer, the WNBA, the NBA, the NFL, where it's really made in the millions of dollars, Connecticut is not important. Doesn't mean we don't have great, we have other alternatives here. We have a couple of college hockey teams that won national championships. We have a couple of women's and men's basketball teams that are, national championship caliber in UConn. But so, this I think is the governor saying, all right, we try, but this ain't going to happen. And again, what is now being said, kind of whispered, and our friend Dan Harr has pointed this out in the stories he's written. If you're coming out of college, if you're to a level of a women's college basketball player who has the talent to play in the WNBA, do you want to get drafted by the Connecticut Sun? Again, it's nothing against the team or the league. But when you're that age and you're making a decent amount of money, again, the salaries in the WNBA aren't fantabulous, but you're making a decent amount of money, do you want to be drafted by a team in Connecticut or in Las Vegas? Do you want to play in New York City or at the Mohegan Sun Arena? Do you want to play and live and practice in Eastern Connecticut, or do you want to play in Indiana with Caitlin Clark and draw 18,000 people a night? So good for the governor for kind of stepping up here and easing people into what is likely going to happen. Traffic and weather together right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Heading northbound from the city, it looks like the Merritt's your best option. It's going to take you about 60 minutes to get from the state line to Milford. Meanwhile, over on 95, it's going to take you over an hour to get from the state line to Milford. Paul Goodman, WICC Traffic.
Cloudy this evening and tonight with a low in the mid-30s. Cloudy on Friday, a few scattered showers arriving by later in the afternoon with a high in the low 50s. Partly sunny Saturday with a high of 50. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
In our effort to give dissemination of notice to nonprofit agencies, Connoisseur Media invites these agencies to request notification of job openings. To register your nonprofit agency for notifications of job openings at all Connoisseur Media stations in Connecticut, call us at 203-783-8200. Ask for Tristan Holler, and be sure to give us your name, address, phone number, and a contact person at the agency. If you're on our notification list and have changes or updates, call us at 203-783-8200. Ask for Tristan Heller. Connoisseur Media is an equal opportunity employer.
Who picks Post University? People who pick Post are people who believe in themselves and their potential. Post people want a school that helps them succeed on their terms, on their budget, and on their schedule. They want on-campus activities and online flexibility. Most of all, they want an education that could help prepare them for success in over 50 fields. Because when you're an Eagle, the sky's the limit. Are you a Post person? Find out now at post.edu.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pizzelli.
All right, 2 hours down, 2 to go. Coming up after the news, top of the hour at 4. Chris Williams will tell us what people have been saying in our question of the day, which I posted as, should the state look into making Connecticut transit buses free to ride? Interesting story from our friend Tom Dudchick's side on the Capitol Report today. So we will delve into that. Also coming up, big next hour, we'll talk to retired U.S. Army Colonel Jeff McCausland at 1:15 regarding the ongoing controversy about U.S. military strikes being used against the suspected drug smugglers in the Caribbean. My buddy State Rep Craig Fishbein will check in on a new report on a massive backlog of state gun permit appeals cases. And this has to do with a board that Craig used to be a member of. And seeing I'm off tomorrow, he will join us a little earlier today in the week. Former Bridgeport Democratic State Rep Chris Caruso, who I am betting. Now, I haven't asked him this directly, but I am betting that Mr. Caruso will have a thing or two or three to say regarding the fourth arrest. Not one, not two, not even three. But wait, there's more. The fourth arrest of a member of the Bridgeport City Council connected likely to absentee ballot stuff. You can't make this up. You can't make this up. And I have out-of-state friends who see the stuff I post on my Facebook page and on the station Facebook page, and they message me back at night saying, "How is this allowed?" I say, "Yes, thank you. That's a wonderful question. Maybe it's rhetorical. How does the absentee ballot funny business in Bridgeport keep going on?"
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. President Trump is blasting some Republicans for calling on U.S. military members to defy illegal orders. He's accusing them of sedition. Linda Kenyon has more from the White House.
The Democrats, including Navy veteran and Senator Mark Kelly, posted a video saying the laws are clear. You can refuse illegal orders. They cited deployment of troops in U.S. cities and airstrikes on alleged drug smuggling boats in international waters. President Trump called the lawmakers guilty of seditious behavior, punishable by death. Is that what he really wants?
No.
White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt said the president is objecting to dangerous rhetoric. As for whether the president's words are dangerous,
Why aren't you talking about what these members of Congress are doing to encourage and incite violence?
Linda Kenyon, CBS News, the White House.
There was a funeral for former Vice President Dick Cheney at the National Cathedral in Washington today. Former President George W. Bush delivered a eulogy.
The son of Wyoming, son of Marjorie and Richard Cheney of Casper, went far in this world and in our own lives left a very fine mark. We are grateful for his good life. We honor his service, and we pray that somewhere up the trail we will meet him again.
The White House confirmed today there's a deal that's been proposed to Ukraine and Russia to win their war. Ramy Inocencio reports it's not going over well in Ukraine.
Ukrainians are not happy. They're anxious. They're frustrated that Ukraine wasn't at the table. And CBS News has learned that President Trump's special envoy, Steve Witkoff, has actually been working on this quietly for about the past month. We understand that Witkoff met President Putin's envoy in the United States last month. This was in Miami, Florida. The Treasury Department had to waive sanctions that had actually been put on him to allow him into the United States.
European leaders were blindsided by the plan and insist they must be consulted. Sabrina Cupid reports the Trump administration has revised a website to contradict the scientific consensus that vaccines don't cause autism.
The exact wording under key points on the autism and vaccine page of the CDC website says, quote, the claim vaccines do not cause autism autism is not an evidence-based claim because studies have not ruled out the possibility that infant vaccines cause autism. Studies supporting a link have been ignored by health authorities. It goes on to say that HHS has launched a comprehensive assessment of the causes of autism.
The Trump administration's proposing new oil drilling off California and Florida for the first time in decades. California's governor has already pronounced the idea dead on arrival. On Wall Street today at the closing bell, stocks were lower. The Dow was off 386 points. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Take the next step forward in your career with great benefits and an award-winning workplace. Apply at careers.progressive.com.
When I asked Scott Lucky if his last name had anything to do with his success in the trucking industry, he laughed and said, "Well, Mike, I guess you could say I've always been lucky." But when I asked him how he and his family grew Lucky Distribution Services into the company it is today, he didn't talk about luck at all. "We work hard," he said. "We keep a close eye on the bottom line, and we treat our people the right way." In other words, Scott Lucky makes his own luck, which is precisely why he switched to Pure Talk Business. "Last month, I paid the big guys $740 for 12 lines," he told me. "This month, I paid Pure Talk $420 for the exact same service." Thousands of businesses all over the country are saving real money by switching to America's most dependable 5G network, and luck has nothing to do with it. Just dial pound 250 and say micro. That's pound 250 micro to switch to a wireless company that works as hard as you do. Pure Talk.
Weight loss.
WICC 695.9. Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
The Bridgeport Rescue Mission is gearing up for its annual Great Thanksgiving project to provide turkeys and bags of Thanksgiving fixings to low-income and working poor families in coastal Fairfield County. The mission will serve thousands of Thanksgiving dinners to residents and guests over the next 2 days in the Total Mortgage Arena parking lot. Distribution is taking place from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. today, as well as 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. tomorrow. For more information on the Great Thanksgiving Project or the mission's programs and services for homeless and struggling men, women, and children, visit bridgeportrescuemission.org. Governor Ned Lamont says the state is facing an uphill climb in its effort to keep the WNBA's Connecticut Sun from leaving for another market. The team has played its games at Mohegan Sun Arena for over 2 decades while owned by the Mohegan tribe. Lamont indicates that the WNBA has many other television markets it would rather see the team move to if sold to a new owner. The governor also says he expects the negotiations to be resolved in the near future. SantaCon in Fairfield will be a private event this year with tickets required to attend. Fairfield police say SantaCon on December 6th is not public. Police say the only sanctioned event is a private SantaCon being held by Fairfield University for its students and their guests at Jennings Beach. Last year's event was marked by overcrowding and crime, with 23 people charged with various offenses. Following last year's event, Fairfield University Representative Jennifer Anderson said that the school was open to new ideas to control the party.
We know that it's important for the university to partner and be a good neighbor to the community and the town. So when we sit down, we say, to the police force, we really rely on them to say, what's your recommendation?
And the New Haven Fantasy of Lights begins its run for the holiday season tomorrow night. The drive-through Christmas and holiday-themed display is back at Lighthouse Point Park for its 31st year. People can view the display while rolling through the park and can tune their radios to listen to accompanying holiday music. The display is run by Goodwill of Southern Connecticut, with tickets starting at $10 a car. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Heading northbound from the state line to Milford, it's going to be your best bet on the Merritt northbound. It's going to take you about 27 minutes to get to Norwalk, and that's going to slow down to get to Milford. Meanwhile, over on 95, it's going to take you over an hour to get to Milford. This report is sponsored by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777. 7777 or visit ccpg.org. Paul Goodman, WICC Traffic.
Clouding over this evening and overnight with a low in the mid-30s. Cloudy on Friday, a few late day showers, the high in the low 50s. Partly sunny Saturday with a high of 50. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Mark this date down, Thursday, November 20th, 2025, the day that your host here was called a pinko. And that's fine. If that person's listening, it's all in good fun. I get it. I understand it. But no, I came out earlier in the show, and the first 2 hours I was devoting to a really interesting story in the New York Times about Iowa City, Iowa, extending. Now, very few areas have made this permanent policy, but Iowa City, Iowa, Memphis, Tennessee, I know Kansas City did it for a while. New York is thinking of doing it, and there are pitfalls to it. I'm not saying that this is a pie-in-the-sky thing, but the idea of making municipal bus rides free of any fare. Now, again, there's going to be a cost. The cost is got to be borne internally. Again, whether it's tax increases or subsidies or whatever, but there are more and more cities and towns looking at saying, hey, maybe this idea of fare-free buses is at least something to look at. So I asked here, and we got a bunch of interesting responses here at facebook.com/voice of CT. Should the state look into making Connecticut transit buses free to ride? And it was that way during the better part of the COVID-19 pandemic, but that was eliminated back in late 2023. And Chris Williams is looking over the responses. Chris, what do we have today?
No, nothing is free from Meldor. Someone is paying for it, usually the taxpayer. Brian said, sure, just add another public benefit to my electric bill. Dee said, yes, transport would help the state function. State, you mean taxpayers, from Michael. Sure, as soon as my car tax is eliminated. That is from Rebecca. John said, why not make everything free? Charlie said, no way. You ride, you pay. And Alicia said, LOL, ask Mom Donnie.
All right. Well, but I got to tell you something, though. And Alicia, thanks for your comment there. A lot of people didn't know this happened for a while in Kansas City. A lot of people don't know that it's happening in Iowa City now. A lot of people don't know, and I know only because I'm in the news business on the weekends, that Memphis is doing it, I think, for a month, or they may be extending it again. Memphis has an experimental program to just see, did it take cars off the street? Is it going to improve air quality? Can we take measurements? I don't know. But because it's New York City, and they're kind of the canary in a coal mine for this sort of stuff, right? Is it something now that more people may look at and say, well, gee, now again, as a couple of our listeners, as a couple of our texters have pointed out, look, the thing you have to be careful about, and I don't know how you could alter the system to do this, would be to make sure that you just don't have somebody who's homeless, or what do they say now, unhoused, from staying on the bus all day, and not just because they're unfortunate not to have a place to call home or a physical residence. You know, you got sickos out there. Look what happened to that Ukrainian woman who came over, and she was knifed to death in the throat by a real sicko. Look what happened in Chicago the other day. Did you see this story? And by the way, I wanted to bring this up because, again, this goes into my continued theory, and I'm dead serious about this, no pun intended, that you have people within the criminal justice system, judges, prosecutors, DAs, whatever, who I think have a fascination of allowing criminals back on the street. You see this? I'll get the name later. He had 49 prior arrests, including a bunch for felonies, and he lit some flammable liquid, lit it, and tossed it on a woman on a Chicago Transit Authority train. And we're at a point now where you read this guy's stuff and you say, well, there you go. 4 dozen previous arrests. A grade A nutcase, a sicko. And a judge and a DA says, we don't have to hold him. We'll send him out there. Don't tell me that's not being done on purpose to one extent or another because of some sick fantasy.
The WICC Smart MLS Great Fairfield County Food Drive, live from Palmer's Market in Darien.
It's great to see families coming down here. It's great to see community members coming down here. It's really just great to see people giving, especially at this time of year. It's John Kamal, and I'm here at the Smart MLS Great Fairfield County Food Drive at Palmer's Market in Darien. And you know what? This time of year, it's so important to make sure that the people who are in our communities, even right here in Fairfield County, who are food insecure, are taken care of. You know, food insecurity numbers this year especially have risen to historic heights. So come on down to Palmer's Market in Darien. We're going to be here until 6 p.m. And you can go in, you can buy, box mac and cheese, maybe a box of cereal, something like that. Or they've got these great $10 already put together donation bags that you can just buy and bring right out here to the tent. Whatever's best for you. If all you've got is cash, that's totally fine too. We'll take it. It's great. Point is, if you got a little extra this holiday season, we would love to see you down here. It's John Kamal at the Smart MLS Great Fairfield County Food Drive, Palmer's Market in Darien.
Want the best deal on Bridgestone winter tires? Get to Town Fair Tire and get Bridgestone tires at the guaranteed lowest price. Plus, you get more free services than anywhere else. When you combine Town Fair's guaranteed lowest price with the most free services, you get the guaranteed best deals anywhere on your Bridgestone winter tires. Because nobody beats a Town Fair tire deal. And you know we mean nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance: the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory-starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
Center Stage Theater in Shelton is your local entertainment hub for holiday cheer with December programs for all ages, including Jingle Bingo, Sweet Treats and Songs of Santa, A Christmas Carol, featuring one man playing all 25 roles, the best of Bublé, holiday mini camp, and a wreath-making workshop. Visit centerstageshelton.org for the holiday lineup and to purchase tickets. Plus, 2026 season subscriptions and gift cards are now on sale. For high-quality entertainment close to home, it's Center Stage Theater in Shelton.
It's why Access Health CT is here to connect you to health and dental coverage, to offer you free expert help, to maximize financial assistance, to help you discover the peace of mind of having health and dental coverage. Enroll today at accesshealthct.com.
Looking for complete dental care in one convenient location? Visit Columbia Dental in Norwalk. Their expert team includes a general dentist, periodontist, and oral surgeon. So whether you need a routine checkup and cleaning, dental implants, or wisdom teeth extraction, they've got you covered. Quality care all under one roof. Call Columbia Dental in Norwalk today at 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com.
A personal finance columnist came up with a list of regrets she hears from retirees. Guess what was on the top of the list? Wishing they'd had a plan for their retirement. And that's the kind of thing that David Gagnon talks about every week on his show, Mastering Your Wealth. Join him Saturday mornings at 8, right here on WICC 600. And be sure to check him out online at masteringyourwealthradio.com.
Now you can find out who's under the helmet and behind the jersey with the Rudin Report Athlete Profile. High school sports are made great by the student athletes who play them. Check out the High School Athlete Profile, sponsored by BMW of Darien at therudinreport.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Heading northbound from the state line to Milford, it's going to be your best bet on the Merritt northbound. It's going to take you about 27 minutes to get to Norwalk, and that's going to slow down to get to Milford. Meanwhile, over on 95, it's going to take you over an hour to get to Milford. Paul Goodman, WICC Traffic.
Cloudy this evening and tonight with a low in the mid-30s. Cloudy on Friday, a few scattered showers arriving by later in the afternoon with a high in the low 50s. Partly sunny Saturday with a high of 50. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli. Now on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, plenty more controversy still about these mid-ocean strikes on what are allegedly drug-carrying vessels that the White House says are sending chemicals into ostensibly hook and kill Americans. What is the legality of this, and are we getting actionable intelligence on this? Joining us right now to talk about this, CBS News military analyst, retired U.S. Army Colonel Jeff McCausland. Always great to have him on to pick his brain. Colonel, it's Paul here. Good afternoon. How are you?
I'm doing very well, and a happy Thanksgiving to you and everybody out there in Connecticut.
Well, thank you, Colonel. We appreciate it. All right, well, let's start with this. The notion, Colonel, that there are different rules of engagement if it's in our territorial waters versus international waters, and we have an idea of intent. Talk about that. I would imagine, but correct me if I'm wrong, that's a gray area here that may pertain or not?
Well, it's a gray area, but again, there's a lot of legality surrounding it. For example, there's a thing called the Geneva Convention of the High Seas, which covers transit through international waters. And, of course, transit through American territorial waters is covered by U.S. law and domestic authorization. Now, in that latter case, of course, the president has no authorization that I've heard of from the United States Congress. He calls these particular people combatants. You know, they're conducting war against the United States, but he has not made any effort that I've seen to elicit support from the Congress for under the War Powers Act or for an authorization to use military force. So it doesn't seem to apply to that. In terms of on the high seas, the reaction is that you can't really attack vessels with impunity unless they're pirate ships, which in the case these aren't. Or you have the agreement of the country that those particular vessels are flagged with. And beyond that, you have to exercise a certain degree of proportionality. And to what degree do they actually threaten your vessel or threaten your nation or threaten service members, and apply proportionality. And we did that for years, of course, because there are also international legal treaties about how you deal with international smuggling and drugs. But they call for proportionality, and we've done that for years. The United States Coast Guard has been intercepting vessels on the high seas in the Caribbean for many, many years as part of our effort to thwart the illegal immigration of narcotics. And frankly, I've talked to Coast Guard officers who have done that, and they told me that in 1 out of 5 cases, they discovered that the boat they stopped didn't have any narcotics. So, A, are these people really, conducting war against the United States, or are they simply criminals is the key question. If they're conducting war against the United States, when they're trying to take the nation down like Al-Qaeda was trying to do, that's kind of hard, to accept, because in many ways they're indebted to the fact that the United States has a robust economy. They want to sell something. It's illegal, but they want to sell it, so therefore they don't want to bring the economy down, for goodness sake. And then on the other hand, if they are criminals, then we're back to treating them as criminals, proportionality, arresting them, holding them, but not just inadvertently blowing them out of the water any more than you would authorize a policeman on the street corner in Connecticut that if he knew a guy across the street was a drug dealer, then he had information he was carrying narcotics and he was heading for a grade school, that the officer could pull his revolver and just kill the guy on the spot.
Judging, Colonel, by what you see on the video that the Pentagon and the Secretary of War, Secretary Hegseth, is releasing here, what is actually hitting these boats? Is it air fire? Is it something under the water? Because you're seeing them, gone in a flash of an eye. What sort of armament are we using here?
Well, Well, it's interesting because there's very little information beyond these videos has been provided. There's been no evidence that, in fact, these particular boats are carrying narcotics. Now, let's be candid. Are they likely, in many cases, carrying narcotics? And the answer is yes.
Yeah.
We know that they transit that on a pretty routine basis. But I found it surprising that we haven't seen a presentation of bales of cocaine or other narcotics or weapons or laptops or anything. And furthermore, we have captured a couple of guys who were involved in these, and we immediately released them to their host countries. Interestingly enough, that was Colombia and Ecuador. I don't recall, in terms of conduct of war against al-Qaeda or conduct against the Taliban, that when we captured somebody that we knew was a Taliban or an al-Qaeda fighter, that we immediately released him. So by that action, you seem to be undermining the case as well. As far as the particular ordinance, I think it's a variety of ordinance. Could be drones. There's been some talk of use of the so-called C-130J, which we used to call Puff the Magic Dragon, which is a C-130 that's got a Gatling guns that fire out the side of the aircraft and actually have a 105 howitzer they fire out the back. So there's been some suggestion they may be using those as well.
Well, and finally, Colonel McCausland, what did we hear? And maybe is this a little an indicator, a wink and a nod, that I think it was the UK that stopped sharing intelligence with us. So does that kind of mean that and I think you and I talked about this once, there are probably assets within some of these drug gangs and countries to say, hey, this boat, that boat, or concentrate on this? Because if they say we're stopping, it sounds like there was something there, right?
Yeah, but let's be honest. What we're doing is killing the equivalent of a bunch of Uber drivers. I mean, there's not the head of the cartel that's driving this particular boat. And furthermore, we know that the vast majority of narcotics that really are most inimical to Americans are fentanyl that comes across the border from Mexico or cocaine coming out of Colombia. Very little in terms of the aggregate comes out of Venezuela, which is largely a transit country. But it is worrisome that we have had the United Kingdom, which shares intelligence with us under the Five Eyes Agreement and has intelligence assets because of British territory in the Caribbean, have now halted that. The French have also said they've thought this was illegal. The Canadian foreign minister in a presentation said he declared this strikes contrary to international law. The head of the Human Rights Commission for the United Nations had said the same thing. And, of course, in addition to that, a lot of these strikes have also been in vessels coming out of Colombia, and the Colombians have suspended all sharing of intelligence that they have done with the United States for many, many years, which was largely about illicit narcotics coming out of South America.
All right, thanks so much. CBS News military analyst, retired U.S. Army Colonel Jeff McCausland. Colonel, thank you. Always great to have you on. Appreciate the time, sir.
Take care.
Thank you. There you go. There it is. Colonel Jeff McCausland there, giving us the skinny on that. So, yeah, but yet, and despite all the military people saying, hey, this likely violates a few, if not several, international norms, you look at the polling on this, and Americans are so mad and so scarred and so disgusted at what drugs have done to people they know or in the country that last poll I saw, 71% of Americans say they're okay with this. The great conundrum of Trump. Traffic and weather together right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Heading northbound from the state line to Milford, it's going to be your best bet on the Merritt northbound. It's going to take you about 27 minutes to get to Norwalk, and then it's going to slow down to get to Milford. Meanwhile, over on 95, it's going to take you over an hour to get to Milford. Paul Goodman, WICC Traffic.
Clouding over this evening and overnight with a low in the mid-30s. Cloudy on Friday, a few late-day showers, the high in the low 50s. Partly sunny Saturday with a high of 50. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
I started working with K&J Tree Service about a year ago, and I know it can be really expensive to have tree work done at your home. But listen, I've had actually a tree fall across our driveway and keep us stranded in our home for 2 days before. I've had fences break because of trees that have fallen. You want to make sure that your property is protected. And if you are worried about the costs, well, this is the good time to work with K&J Tree Service because they are having unprecedented savings right now with flash sales like 25% off tree pruning. And they also have some some really great discounts right now if you were to call them at 203-248-TREE. By the way, they do a free tree risk assessment as well. One of their licensed arborists will come to your home, check things out, and then let you know what their recommendations are. And there's no obligation to do the work with them. Give them a call at 203-248-TREE or go to their website, kjtreeservice.com, and book your appointment. Trust K&J Tree Service to keep your trees and your property safe and stunning. And take advantage of those incredible offers right now with K&J Tree Service. Go to kjtreeservice.com.
This is an ad by BetterHelp. Life can get a little tough and even hectic during the holidays. This November, BetterHelp is encouraging everyone to reach out to check in on your people. Grab lunch with a friend you haven't seen in a while, or make that call to grandma. Reaching out to anyone can feel difficult, especially when we get used to relying on ourselves. And the same goes for reaching out to a therapist. But BetterHelp makes it easy with its therapist match commitment and over 12 years of experience in online therapy. In fact, BetterHelp meets over 90% of client preferences when matching its members with licensed professionals. And like that lunch with an old friend, when you do finally reach out and connect with someone, you often ask yourself, why didn't I do this sooner? This month, don't wait to reach out. Start now. Just call pound 250 and say the keyword ABC Radio. That's keyword ABC Radio after calling pound 250.
A cancer diagnosis comes with so many questions. Should you get a second opinion? What's the right treatment? How do you tell your kids? You don't need more questions in your life. You need world-class cancer care here in Fairfield County. That's why Stamford Health collaborates with Dana-Farber Brigham Cancer Center, ranked number 3 nationally for cancer care. Your search for answers stops when our care for you starts. Stamford Health.
Hello, my name is Bob Cento, and I would like to rent you office space. The reason we've done so well is that we put our tenants in front of everything else we do. Your growth is my growth. Your success is my success. And I would love to show you some beautiful properties if you should need space. Thank you.
Start online, SCINTO.com.
Dude, I just got this car.
Yeah, sorry, man. Take it to my friend. He can do it for cheap.
Hi, this is Chris from Sono Collision. Don't just go to anybody for your repairs. Choose the best. Remember, you're the one that has to live with the repairs. It's your choice, so pick quality at Sono Collision. Go to SONOcollision.com or call 203-939-9955. Your car will thank you.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. President Trump is accusing a half-dozen Democrats of sedition punishable by death, he says, after they called on military members to uphold the Constitution and defy illegal orders. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt.
If they hear this radical message from sitting members of Congress, that could inspire chaos, and it could incite violence, and it certainly could disrupt the chain of command.
Democrats say the president's words could lead to more political violence. Stacey Lynn has an update on the UPS crash in Louisville.
Newly released photos show the moment the left engine and pylon separate from the wing and catch fire. The NTSB says the hardware that connects them showed some cracks, which is a sign of overstress and fatigue.
CBS's Kelly O'Grady on the latest unemployment rate.
4.1 to 4.4, that's still a healthy band, so it's not like we should be freaking out right now, but you are seeing that steadily tick up, so that's going to be something to watch.
Stocks are lower. CBS News Brief, I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A jury has convicted a man of first-degree assault in the shooting of an Uber driver in Stratford. Anthony Van claimed he acted in self-defense when he fired at the vehicle in a parking lot near an Amazon warehouse on Long Beach Boulevard in 2023. Van admitted to shooting the driver, who suffered multiple injuries. Jurors deliberated for around 2 hours before reaching their verdict Wednesday. Van will be sentenced in January. A state trooper has been arrested a second time in connection with a domestic violence incident over the summer. Edward Gukin was initially arrested August 27th after he was found by police to be the aggressor in an incident with a woman and was charged with disorderly conduct. Gukin was arrested again this week and charged with first-degree reckless endangerment, illegal discharge of a firearm, and risk of injury to a minor. He's free after posting $25,000 bond. Larry Summers has left a position on the Yale Budget Lab board over his association with convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. The former Harvard president announced this week that he's stepping down from public engagements after published emails showed his close friendship with Epstein. Information about Summers has been removed from the Yale Budget Lab website. In a video posted to social media by one of his students, Summers said this week that he's deeply ashamed over his contact with Epstein, which continued until right before his 2019 arrest.
Some of you will have seen my statement of regret, expressing my shame with respect to what I did in communication with Mr. Epstein, and that I've said that I'm going to step back from public activities.
Two Shoreline dentists are agreeing to pay over $700,000 to settle allegations they violated the Federal False Claims Act. Dent Plus Family Dentistry in Stamford and L&M Family Dentistry in New Haven were accused of providing services for Medicaid claims referred by third-party medical recruiters. Both dentist offices have since been dissolved. The former owners are agreeing to pay the reimbursement to Medicaid, but they are not admitting any liability. A phishing attack sent over 10,000 fraudulent emails to New Haven public school students seeking personal banking information. More than half of students received at least one bogus email, and about 1,000 were opened. Students who answered the fraudulent email should notify the school's main office or the district's IT department immediately. Their families should also alert their financial institutions as their accounts could be compromised. A pedestrian has serious injuries after being struck by a vehicle in Norwalk. The unidentified man was hit on Connecticut Avenue Tuesday night, and police have not been able to identify him. Police say the man was not in a crosswalk when he was struck. The driver of the vehicle that struck the man remained at the scene and is cooperating with police. A pedestrian has serious injuries after being struck by a vehicle on Interstate 95 in Stamford. The highway's northbound lanes were closed for over 5 hours after the crash at around 7 a.m. Wednesday. Police say the unidentified victim was taken to the hospital for treatment of serious injuries. A crash reconstruction team is assisting with the investigation. E-bikes are one of the most hotly requested gifts this holiday season, but state officials are now reminding Connecticut residents about the new laws regarding the bikes that went into effect this past October. E-bikes are now split into 3 different classes based on speed and power, with the more powerful machines having age restrictions. In addition, all e-bike riders are required to wear helmets. At a news conference held this past fall, Fairfield Republican State Senator Tony Wong shared some alarming statistics about the dangers of e-bikes.
According to the Department of Transportation, they saw more than a 350% increase in death from a year ago from e-bikes. And you see no abatement in that number. It'll continue to go up unless we impose some guidelines and regulation to assist our local law enforcement.
E-bikes that are over 750 watts are now also considered a motor-driven vehicle and require a driver's license. And the United Way of Central and Northeastern Connecticut is seeking donations for a new program to help the homeless. The organization has launched a rapid response fund for homelessness and housing and has added $100,000 to get it started. Residents in the 56 towns covered by the nonprofit can receive cash assistance to help them stay warm and housed this winter. Governor Ned Lamont says these types of programs are important, especially with the federal government pulling back funds. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Heading northbound from the state line to Milford, it's going to be your best bet on the Merritt northbound. It's going to take you about 27 minutes to get to Norwalk, and that's going to slow down to get to Milford. Meanwhile, over on 95, it's going to take you over an hour to get to Milford. Paul Goodman, WICC Traffic.
Cloudy this evening and tonight with a low in the mid-30s. Cloudy on Friday, a few scattered showers arriving by later in the afternoon with a high in the low 50s. Partly sunny Saturday with a high of 50. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Share your opinion. 203-333-9422. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on the Voice of Connecticut. WICC 600 and 95.9.
You probably may have not heard, I'm betting, about the State Board of Firearms Permit Examiners, a group of people with varying backgrounds, which hears appeals from people who had their permit sought for a revolver or pistol denied. And according to a new state audit, and, this just proves we need to audit as much as we can, as often as we can, there's a backlog of over 1,200 cases here. Now, the common person may say, well, what's the big deal about that? Well, is that backlog so big that these people are being denied their constitutional rights? Whether you think we should have more guns, less guns, or whatever, there's a constitutional question here. And a gentleman I've known for years who is a current state legislator has served on that board in the past. I've watched some of the hearings online. You should watch them. They're fascinating. Wallingford, Middlefield, Republican State Rep Craig Fishbein. Craig, it's Paul. How are you, man? It's been a while. How you doing?
Hey, yeah, Paul. Hey, happy holidays to you.
Yeah, man.
On Thanksgiving and all that stuff, and it's nice to speak with you again.
Yeah, look, I watched some of these hearings that you participated in, and local law enforcement, and the state police. Fascinating stuff. But Craig, when I was watching these hearings, I would say, "Geez, I wonder how." Well, I actually wondered, what is the backlog here? And now the auditors say it's such a number that you think, and I'm sure there are people that agree with you, Craig, saying, hey, wait a minute, how is this allowed to drag on? And are these people who are making a legal claim here that they're being denied, how are their constitutional rights being violated here possibly? So talk a little about that.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, the backlog has been there for years. A lot of it, I think, as being somebody who was internally involved for years, is caused by improper denials by municipalities. For instance, I had a case before the board just this past July. My client had gone through a divorce about 15 years ago, and during the course of that, there was a couple of arrests. The first was a dual arrest where both husband and wife were arrested, and the case went to court, and the case was dismissed on both sides.
Yeah.
And then he got arrested about a year later for some verbal dispute, and once again that was dismissed. And then in 2022, he applied for a pistol permit. He had actually had one before, and it was revoked based upon that original arrest.
Yeah.
And the town denied him for that over a decade ago arrests. So we had a hearing before the board, and believe it or not, the town actually showed up, the police officer showed up and said that my guy was suitable to be issued a permit. So I'm sitting there saying, well, why didn't you issue it? But my client had to wait about 2.5 years for that day. So, yes, I totally agree that in some of these instances, people's constitutional rights are being denied. On the other hand, there are some cases that are legitimately denied, and the person uses their ability to appeal and to bring it through our process. And there are certainly some legitimate denials that come before the board, and that's their job. But when improper denials are jamming up the system so that the board is unable to do its due diligence with expedience, that creates a problem.
And so, Craig, what would be the answer here? And again, having watched some of your hearings on CTN, and I urge people to watch them because on several levels they're fascinating here. These things do take time, and you guys and gals who are on the board, you want to be thorough here. We are dealing with firearms, no matter what somebody may think. Should there be two boards? Should there be, as you say, better diligence on the front end of this? Because again, 1,200, a backlog of 1,200. I mean, even for a dummy like me, that sounds like a lot here. What can be done to at least smooth out this system, if anything?
Well, one thing that I am very seriously considering is suing some of the police chiefs that are jamming up the system, that have a record and a pattern of just arbitrarily denying permits, not so much because the person was a bad person, but because they are adverse to regular citizens being able to arm themselves. Additionally, when I was on the board, we would have, I was the vice chair and the secretary for most of my terms. And I would have what are known as denial-only days, where I would tickle through the files, because the board deals with not only denials but also revocations.
Got it.
So, that's a whole other aspect of this, where somebody did something or it's implied they did something and their permit was revoked. Those get appealed too. But I would tickle through the files and, I would take a particular town, review the backup for the appeal, and see on the papers, does it look like there's an abusive process going on here? And then just put 25 files from Waterbury, let's just say, on an agenda for a particular day. If 80% of those are not very good denials, they're going to be very quick hearings. So, that's one way to reduce the backlog. The other way, as you sort of intimated, is to perhaps expand the number of members that are able to hear these cases and to permit through statute panels to be created. But part of the problem, quite frankly, is funding. The board, they're volunteers. The only thing they get is a meal. You're there all day. And, the administration through funding essentially controls the amount of hearings. So we literally would have to take our annual budget, figure out how much it would cost us to feed the members, divide that into what we got, and that's how many hearings we could have that year.
So it's about food, what you're saying.
Well,
gotta eat.
Hope that it was more than that, but understanding that when I first got involved with this board, they would start meeting at 10 o'clock in the morning. And you got to hear those cases. So you put 25 cases on. There were occasions that the board was hearing cases all day long. Into night, into the next morning. I remember a couple times where the board had been working on cases till like 3 o'clock the next morning.
Wow.
So when I came in, I made a rule about the number of cases that we could hear on a particular day. Because if you're there for like 15 hours hearing cases, after a while, your faculties.
Well, and again, Craig, we're talking about, no matter what people think about it, we're talking about whether somebody should have a firearm. And you're right. You don't want to do something when you're tired or hungry. I get it. No, I understand it. I got it. Yeah. All right, folks, we'll keep an eye on this. Thanks, Craig. Appreciate it. State Rep Craig Fishbein, currently in the General Assembly, Republican representing Wallingford and Middlefield, who for a long time was on the board of firearms permit examiners. Craig, good to chat with you again. We'll chat down the road, my friend. Thanks.
Happy Thanksgiving.
All right, thanks, Craig. You too. Tell the wife and the family happy Thanksgiving. Yeah, folks, you should watch these hearings. It's a little-known body. CTN does record the hearings. And this is the state board. And again, it's volunteers. Craig was on the board for a long time because he has a deep and very knowledgeable background on firearms and the law and the state statutes and criminality and all that. The State Board of Firearms Permit Examiners. 9 people who would sit around a table and they would call case after case during the day. Okay, John Jones from Wolcott. Mr. Jones, thank you. your permit was denied because domestic violence, previous felony, drug use or whatever, and there would be somebody arguing for the person there, and somebody, usually a police chief or a state police person, who maybe at one time arrested that person, and they would make a quick decision on an appeal. So there you go. All right, we'll do a little business. Come back, go to the phones right here on WICC.
The WICC Smart MLS Great Fairfield County Food Drive, live from Palmer's Market in Darien.
I kid you not, there is a gentleman who just drove up here, put a $100 bill out the window, and then drove away without even waiting for anyone to say thank you. That is the kind of spirit of giving that I'm talking about right now. It's John Kamal at the Smart MLS Great Fairfield County Food Drive. I'm at Palmer's Market in Darien, and that was a true story that I just heard. So, sir, if you're listening to this right now, thank you very much, and I value your anonymity. But that's what's so important about things like this, right? It's people in the community coming together to help out. So if you're anywhere in the Darien area, anywhere in Lower Fairfield County, come by Palmer's Market, all right? They've got these pre-made $10 donation bags that you can buy and donate, or you could just head into Palmer's and you can buy, I don't know, can of beans, whatever, jar of peanut butter, anything that doesn't go bad, and you can donate that as well. Cash is, of course, always okay. But we're doing this all to benefit the Food Bank of Lower Fairfield County and the Bridgeport Rescue Mission. So we're going to be here until 6 o'clock. If you want to help out some people in your community, come on down. And a special thanks to East Haven and Ridgefield Building Supply and First County Bank. They helped us out as well. It's John Kamal, the Smart MLS Great Fairfield County Food Drive.
Need roofing, vinyl siding, gutters, or chimney repairs? Hi, I'm Eddie Griffin, the owner of Brown Roofing, your local roofing expert since 1972. From cracked shingles to leaky chimneys, our certified technicians handle it all. We don't just install, we fortify your home for decades of protection. And right now you can get 0 interest, 0 payments for 24 months. Call today at 475-445-1195 or visit us at brownroofing600.com. Brown won't let you down.
Did you know tens of thousands of mothers, fathers, children, and seniors right here in Southern Connecticut face food insecurity? Moms going without so they can feed their children? That's why the Bridgeport Rescue Mission is relaunching their mobile kitchen, so they can deliver fresh hot meals directly into our streets and communities that need it most. Please help the relaunch of the Bridgeport Rescue Mission's mobile kitchens. Give today to bridgeportrescuemission.org, because no child, no senior, no human should ever go hungry.
My whole identity had been wrapped up in being a soldier. To have that so violently ripped from me when I was wounded, I was lost for a very long time. When Wounded Warrior Project came into my life, being around the other warriors, people that had similar experiences that I did, it was a game changer for me. Having King join the group, that was the beginning of a really good friendship. It's a good time.
I first heard about Wounded Warrior Project through CQ. And at first I was kind of like, I don't know if I qualify. But having been a part of it, it's kind of taught me that it's not just the wounds that you can see, but it's those that you can't.
When you do something like a peer support group with Wounded Warrior Project and come together from different walks of life, man, the growth is incredible. If not for Wounded Warrior Project, I really don't think that I'd be here today.
See how we help warriors combat stigma at woundedwarriorproject.org/combat stigma.
It's time for the Market Scoreboard Report with Ron and Sana. Now on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
A rather sizable reversal on Wall Street today, despite NVIDIA's blowout earnings that ignited a rally in the morning, and better than expected employment numbers also supported stocks today. But in the middle of the day, we had a big sell-off in stocks. The Dow, after having been up 700 points, finished down 386 points to 45,752. Hard to tell what the catalyst was, although diminishing expectations for a rate cut from the Fed in December may have been at least in part behind the sell-off. The S&P fell 103 points, or 1.5% to to 65.38. NASDAQ, which was up more than 2%, finished down more than 2%, 486 points to the downside to 22,078. We also saw bond yields dip a bit to 4.08%. Oil was also down 17 cents. Gold down a handful of dollars. Little violence in the crypto sector as well may have exacerbated the selling in other risk assets. Bitcoin finishing down almost $2,000 may have exacerbated some concerns that risk assets are coming under pressure, and stocks sold off as a result.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Heading northbound from the state line to Milford, the Merritt's your best bet. Right now, it takes you about 60-something minutes to get to Milford. And meanwhile, over on 95, it's going to take you well over an hour to get there. Paul Goodman, WICC Traffic.
Clouding over this evening and overnight with a low in the mid-30s. Cloudy on Friday, a few late-day showers, the high in the low 50s. Partly sunny Saturday with a high of 50. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Away from your radio? Listen while you work at voiceofct.com. Now back to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
All right, you and I together, an hour and change to go here. Great to have you with us at 203-333. 9422-333 WICC. I am off again tomorrow, folks. Kind of using up that personal time off as we get near the end of the year, which is when I like to do it. So we'll have Chris Caruso join us coming up in a few minutes at 5 o'clock as we can talk about another arrest of another Bridgeport governmental official. I don't know. I don't know what you do. If not enough people care to change it, what can you do? I don't know. I don't know. It's that old infomercial line. But wait, there's more. Tim in Hamden's here. Tim, how are you?
Maybe I could go to that board and see my Berna banana was denied me, and so I don't know.
It is. I got to tell you, though, they are fascinating hearings to watch. They don't take all that long, but you got 9 people around a table judging whether somebody should get a gun permit, and it's interesting.
I would like to put my head in a drill vise too, but I'm not going to. Okay. But speaking of free buses and everything, Providence had they're like shuttle buses. They're like little scooter things and stuff. Especially around the downtown area.
Okay, where the mall is. I know that area.
Well, not only the mall, but a lot of events, and they have the water fire and other events where they draw routinely 50, 60,000 people.
Okay,
and so they would make a point of telling people hop on these free shuttle things, and so you can. You don't have to worry about parking and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah,
that made a lot of sense, but. If we, maybe someplace like Yale and the hospitals down there, every time I go down there, I just look at the amount of people parking for that hospital and thinking, how to do it. All right, so quickly turning, it's my daily, have you read the Constitution, Mr. President?
Yeah.
Okay. You've got members of the military saying, this is, you can't use the, I was just following orders defense. anymore. Okay, that doesn't work. Didn't work at Nuremberg. So basically, they were saying if something is illegal, not that you don't like it or whatever, all that stuff. If something is illegal, the military should not be, compelled to do it. Oh, we got to arrest these senators, and this is the greatest threat to democracy. And it's just like
you're not buying that. You're telling me you're not buying that.
Well, it's a great talking point for the news for today. Look how bad these terrible people are. They want to put your life in danger. And now there's, local Republicans are saying that because Chris Murphy, was agreeing with this, that someone should, grab him.
Yeah.
The use the term was
grab him by the.
What? No.
Yeah.
Be careful there.
Yeah, Jim. Give me 20 good seconds because I got to let you go. I'm time-wise here. Go.
It's just got to be. We got to find a way to disagree in a respectful manner, not calling for the arrest or saying someone's mentally ill.
Yeah.
Because you disagree with the president. Have a good one.
All right, Tim. Thank you, and I'm glad you brought that up. I do have a couple of ideas about this whole thing today, but we'll get to those in our next fabulous hour.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Heading northbound from the state line to Milford, the Merritt's your best bet. Right now, it takes you about 60-something minutes to get to Milford. And meanwhile, over on 95, it's going to take you well over an hour to get there. Paul Goodman, WICC Traffic.
Cloudy this evening and tonight with a low in the mid-30s. Cloudy on Friday. A few scattered showers arriving by later in the afternoon with a high in the low 50s. Partly sunny Saturday with a high of 50. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
It's Duchess Restaurants. It's fresh, made to order, and it's what makes Duchess food so good. Duchess Restaurants has so many choices. Try the Big D Philly cheesesteak, or how about a combo meal like a Big D cheeseburger, long dog, or grilled chicken sandwich with fries and a drink, or a roasted turkey, bacon, and cheddar on wheatberry bread. You can't go wrong with one of Duchess Restaurants' many menu items: sandwiches, wraps, burgers, hot dogs, and more. All of Duchess's menu items are made to order, adding to their fresh flavor. You gotta eat at Duchess. Go to GoDuchess.com for the one nearest you. Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
Who picks Post University? People who pick Post are people who believe in themselves and their potential. Post people want a school that helps them succeed on their terms, on their budget, and on their schedule. They want on-campus activities and online flexibility. Most of all, they want an education that could help prepare them for success in over 50 fields. Because when you're an Eagle, the sky's the limit. Are you a Post person? Find out now at post.edu.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
Now, yes, should Connecticut be the land of free buses? Or shall we say no fare buses? Again, I'm particular to say that free isn't really free. When there's labor involved, when there's maintenance that has to be involved, when there's raw materials, food, fuel, whatever, it ain't really free. But should the riders on CT Transit buses not be charged a fare?
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. President Trump is accusing 6 Democratic lawmakers of seditious behavior punishable by death for urging the military to refuse illegal orders. Linda Kenyon reports.
In a video, the lawmakers, all with military or intelligence backgrounds, said the laws are clear. You can refuse illegal orders. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt says the president's orders are not illegal.
Every single order that is given to this United States military by this commander-in-chief and through this chain of command, through this
Secretary of War is lawful.
She spoke shortly before a judge ruled that the administration's deployment of the National Guard in Washington, D.C. was illegal. The lawmakers also cited as illegal orders for military airstrikes against alleged drug smuggling boats in international waters. Linda Kenyon, CBS News, the White House.
The White House confirmed there's a new peace plan in the works for Ukraine. Torian Small with some details.
A White House official told CBS News Special Envoy Steve Witkoff has been consulting with both Russians and Ukrainians for feedback on the proposal. A statement from President Volodymyr Zelensky's office said he expects to talk to President Trump about the key points, but he has long rejected giving up land.
The Department of Transportation's cracking down on illegal immigrant truck drivers, as Stacey Lynn reports.
The administration is threatening to withhold nearly $75 million in funding in Pennsylvania because it says the state has illegally issued commercial driver's licenses to immigrants, a claim Governor Josh Shapiro has denied. He says the federal government hasn't identified a single commercial driver's license issued there to someone who wasn't eligible.
Skylar Henry reports the latest immigration crackdown surge has wrapped up.
A Homeland Security official tells CBS News Operation Charlotte's Web in North Carolina has concluded. DHS says it's arrested more than 250 people as part of the federal immigration sweep. Internal preps have indicated agents are now planning to shift their focus to New Orleans with boots on the ground as soon as December 1st.
There was a funeral for former Vice President Dick Cheney at the National Cathedral today. CBS's Major Garrett reports.
Dick Cheney, as a political figure in Washington for decades, did something that people in this town come to admire. Find ways into power, use it to your advantage, remain loyal, and remain steadfast in your set of convictions and beliefs, even if those steadfast convictions and beliefs create tremendous controversy and momentary political downsides. All of that is true for Dick Cheney. A long life in Washington politics with many ups and downs.
On Wall Street today, stocks finished lower. The Dow off nearly 400. This is CBS News.
The annual Progressive Keys to Progress program provides vehicles to deserving veterans, helping our heroes drive their lives forward. Learn more at keystoprogress.com.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
WICC 695.9. Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A jury has convicted a man of first-degree assault in the shooting of an Uber driver in Stratford. Anthony Van claimed he acted in self-defense when he fired at the vehicle in a parking lot near an Amazon warehouse on Long Beach Boulevard in 2023. Van admitted to shooting the driver, who suffered multiple injuries. Jurors deliberated for around 2 hours before reaching their verdict Wednesday. Van will be sentenced in January. Two Shoreline dentists are agreeing to pay over $700,000 to settle allegations they violated the Federal False Claims Act. Dent Plus Family Dentistry in Stamford and L&M Family Dentistry in New Haven were accused of providing services for Medicaid claims referred by third-party medical recruiters. Both dentist offices have since been dissolved. The former owners are agreeing to pay the reimbursement to Medicaid, but they are not admitting any liability. A state trooper has been arrested a second time in connection with a domestic violence incident over the summer. Edward Gookin was initially arrested August 27th after he was found by police to be the aggressor in an incident with a woman and was charged with disorderly conduct. Gookin was arrested again this week and charged with first-degree reckless endangerment, illegal discharge of a firearm, and risk of injury to a minor. He's free after posting $25,000 bond. A phishing attack sent over 10,000 fraudulent emails to New Haven public school students seeking personal banking information. More than half of students received at least one bogus email, and about 1,000 were opened. Students who answered the fraudulent email should notify the school's main office or the district's IT department immediately. Their families should also alert their financial institutions as their accounts could be compromised. And the United Way of Central and Northeastern Connecticut is seeking donations for a new program to help the homeless. The organization has launched a rapid response fund for the homelessness and housing and has added $100,000 to get it started. Residents in the 56 towns covered by the nonprofit can receive cash assistance to help them stay warm and housed this winter. Governor Ned Lamont says these types of programs are important, especially with the federal government pulling back funds. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Heading northbound from the state line to Milford, your best bet is still the Merritt. It's going to take you about an hour and 20 minutes to get there. Meanwhile, even longer than that on 95 northbound. Sponsored by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now is the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 Monroe. Paul Goodman, WICC Traffic.
Clouding over this evening and overnight with a low in the mid-30s. Cloudy on Friday, a few late day showers, the high in the low 50s. Partly sunny Saturday with a high of 50. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, I've got a theory on this whole thing. You know how I always like to say one of the best things I ever heard from anybody in radio is doing shows like this? There's no such thing as coincidences. All right, now step back from what's happening today. And the president saying people should be hung, members, that doesn't help. It doesn't. But go back to before the government shutdown, when, let's face it, folks, the Democratic Party was getting no traction on Trump, on anything. They just weren't. There is still no defined leader of the Democratic Party. There isn't. Somebody that could be Buttigieg, could be Chris Murphy. He's out using the F-bomb today with his goofy-looking beard and his kumad on the side there, whatever. But one of what we used to call in the newspaper business, the subheadline, who's in charge? The far left doesn't like Jeffries. Internally, they don't like Chuck Schumer. Schumer, every time he talks, you think it's his forehead talking. Chuck, look up at me. Stop looking down at your notes. Look up at me. Anyway, so nobody could understand why the Dems handled the government shutdown the way they did. It didn't make any sense. I told you, Schumer's no dummy. Why would you introduce a government shutdown at the same time you're trying to extend some valuable health care tax credits? And we heard this, I think this was this was today, earlier this morning, Vice President Vance was speaking at a conservative forum, I think sponsored by Breitbart News. Now, unless he's out now lying here, I want you to listen to this. It runs about 20 seconds. And he talks about, I guess there were some internal discussions about fixing Obamacare. And even though Mr. Trump said, and even though the Democrats didn't trust him, there seemed to be a push there to try and get something done. So follow along here. All right? So first you have this.
When we got to the serious stuff, and they said, we really want to address the health care problem confronting the American people, the president said, well, absolutely. We agree. We want to address the health care problem confronting the American people. In fact, you people screwed it up with Obamacare, the Unaffordable Care Act, and now you're coming to us saying, let's fix it. Great. Let's fix it. And then they said, I think they were kind of caught off guard, and they're like, well, but we want the fix before we're willing to open up the government. And the president was like, that's like 3 days from now. You want us to fix American health care in the next 3 days, and unless you do it, you're going to shut down the government? How about we open up the government and then work together to fix American health care? And of course, we know the history. They rejected it. They shut down the government. But I don't want to get ahead of the president, Matt, because we had a very, very good meeting in the Oval Office yesterday. I think that we have a great health care plan coming together. I think that it's going to get Republican and Democrat support.
All right, so that's interesting now. I want to see that. Now, J.D. Vance is either full of crap here, which he might be, or he's saying what exactly a bunch of us said, like this shutdown didn't make any sense. So you have that. And now you have the Epstein files. Now, you know, they're already saying the redacted the files are probably going to be heavily redacted. So the Dems lost a little traction, or maybe a lot of traction, on the government shutdown scenario. So then they go to the Epstein files. Okay, now you know there's going to be a ton of stuff redacted there. And then today you have these 6 sitting members of Congress knowing it's going to get a reaction out of Trump saying, hey, by the way, you folks in the military, remember in Nuremberg, they didn't say this, but the implication is there, you can disavow an unlawful order. So none of this is accidental. This is, and again, I'm not saying it won't work or it will work. But stuff like this doesn't happen out of the blue. It doesn't. They're going with a boxing strategy. They're trying to land body blows here. Now, the government shutdown thing didn't work because I saw that CBS poll the other day. Overwhelmingly, the country says, Republicans pretty much won that one. The Epstein files, I mean, we'll see. Depending upon, what is it, you still don't have anybody definitively saying, yeah, I saw Trump with a girl or a chick, and boy, it was bad. You know what I mean? Nobody's saying that. And now you have members of Congress, albeit with military and intelligence backgrounds, saying, hey, by the way, I was just following orders, didn't. And my point on this is, none of this has to do with policy. None of this has to do with leadership. None of this has to do with any serious thought of how do we counteract MAGA? And again, I ask the question, how did the party of FDR, Harry Truman, JFK, LBJ, Bill Clinton, and Barack Obama, how did they get to this point where everything is a pushback on Trump? I get it. But please, Chris Murphy, instead of dropping F-bombs and walking around with a half-grown beard, you know how you win again? Policy. Because for all intents and purposes, Donald Trump is a lame duck already. So again, are you going to keep punching at the lame duck? Or are you going to actually say, we have better policy. We have a better idea as to how to do X, Y, and Z. Ain't that going to be interesting?
The WICC Smart MLS Great Fairfield County Food Drive, live from Palmer's Market in Darien.
We're starting to wind down over here, but I'll tell you what, there's still some time if you want to come on out and help out your community a little bit this holiday season. It's John Kamal, and I'm hanging out at the Great Fairfield County Food Drive. And we are hanging out at Palmer's Market in Darien, and we're collecting, all kinds of stuff. You can come down here, and if you don't want to think about it, you can just buy one of the $10 donation bags that Palmer's has put together. Thank you so much to all the volunteers who helped out with that. Or you can just head on in, do some shopping, and and pick a couple extra things out. Everything that gets donated is going to the Bridgeport Rescue Mission and the Food Bank of Lower Fairfield County. You can buy stuff like pasta and rice, gravy, the pre-made, powder gravy, jarred spaghetti sauce, all kinds of juices, mac and cheese. All of that stuff is good because it doesn't go bad, and it's all going to help out people right here in your community. So, by the way, a special thank you to East Haven and Ridgefield Building Supply and First County Bank. They teamed up with us this year to help out. We're going to be here until 6 p.m., so if you're in the area and you got a little extra to give this holiday season, come by. We'd love to see you. It's John Kamal, Smart MLS, Great Fairfield County Food Drive.
Most people want to spend their retirement years at home, but most seniors are not equipped to do it. In fact, according to AARP, 82% of adults ages 50 and up want to remain in their current homes as they age, but only about 10% of U.S. homes are considered aging ready. Hey, Melissa Sheketoff here, and I'm so grateful my grandmother lived with us for more than 20 years. And as she got older, my parents equipped their home in Fairfield to accommodate her needs, and they got in-home care, like Connecticut In-Home Assistance. I believe in-home care made my grandmother's final years comfortable, joyful, and actually made her feel more independent. It also helped my parents to have peace of mind that someone could get her to her appointments, make sure she didn't fall, and allow them to have a loving relationship with her instead of one filled with tension and resentment. Don't wait until it's too late to make your home ready for an aging parent. Get the help you need to keep your loved one at home safe and sound. Check out Connecticut In-Home Assistance at cthomecare.com. And right now, you can even download their free ebook online. Again, cthomecare.com.
Having an office holiday party or family gathering? Make your event special with catering from AB's Falafel. AB's Falafel in Trumbull serves the finest and most flavorful falafel, kebabs, salad, shawarma, spinach pies, hummus, and more. Catering from AB's is easy. Go to absfalafel.com and click on catering. Pick from trays of kebabs, falafel, salads, and more. From 10 to 200, cater your next company or family event from locally owned and operated AB's Falafel. absfalafel.com.
Just about every day, we hear unsettling news about the economy and global events, things that affect our lives here at home. It's natural to feel uncertain, but when it comes to securing your family's future, there is something you can do. Here is attorney Christine Tenor.
Do you ever feel like your medical or financial decisions are out of your hands? In times like these, most of us would answer yes. The good news? There are legal tools designed to protect you, ensuring that only the people you trust can manage your affairs, should you become unable to do so. Life can change quickly. It's never too early to put a plan in place that reflects your wishes, whether it's a power of attorney, medical advance directives, a last will and testament, or a trust tailored to your needs. Every person's situation is different. It's important to create an individualized plan before it's needed. We all deserve peace of mind.
The Fairfield Law Offices of Eliopson and Tenor. On the internet, ConnecticutElderLaw.com. Call 203-336-2566. That's 203-336-2566.
We all have the ability to make a difference, to come together, to change a life, to make a wish come true. By supporting Make-A-Wish Connecticut, you are bringing hope and joy to children fighting critical illnesses. Children like me. Visit ct.wish.org to learn how you can become a wishmaker and be part of a journey that changes lives. Just imagine what you can do. Visit ct.wish.org today to learn more. That's ct.wish.org.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Heading northbound from the state line to Milford, your best bet is still the Merritt. It's going to take you about an hour and 20 minutes to get there. Meanwhile, even longer than that on 95 northbound. Sponsored by Columbia Dental in Norwalk. Conveniently opened to fit your schedule. Cleanings, implants, even oral surgery, all in one place. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. Paul Goodman, WICC Traffic.
Cloudy this evening and tonight with a low in the mid-30s. Cloudy on Friday, a few scattered showers arriving by later in the afternoon with a high in the low 50s. Partly sunny Saturday with a high of 50. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Greater Bridgeport's home for talk and opinion. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Yeah, I'm off tomorrow, so why not have him on today? The man who once a week keeps an eye out for low-flying cavones and stunades. Chris Caruso is here. Chris, how are you, my friend?
And stunades, too, remember?
How many people in our family, Chris, would say, "What's the matter with you, Stunad. Come on. It's a term of love. Hey, Chris, now we have probably the defined the defined candidates for next year. The Governor Ned Lamont, heavy favorite to get his party nomination, almost guaranteed. But I got to tell you, Chris, I did a little unscientific poll this past week, and with all due respect to both candidates, when I asked my listeners, who tend to be a little more conservative, that, I said, hey, if you had to choose top of the ticket, Aaron Stewart or who has been on this station before, and Ryan Fazio, friend of the station here, a lot of people seem intrigued with Aaron Stewart's profile, her story, and whether she might top the Republican ticket. What do you think?
No, I think that's a good point, Paul. I knew when she got into the race that would be a challenge. There's no question about it. She was mayor of a very large community, New Britain. It's had many issues in New Britain, but from what I could tell and from people I've spoken with, she's been a good mayor. And in turn, I think that presents a challenge for for Ned Lamont. Does it mean it's going to become a major challenge? We don't know. I think that's yet to be seen. But I think whenever you're in office, and especially governor, the last governor who actually won a third term was Bill O'Neill.
Yeah.
They usually don't win the third term. They don't run for the third term. And so we don't know. I think it's yet to be seen. I think it's, what would Aaron Stewart have to offer? What are her positions? Can she, how should I put it? Can she capitalize on some issues that maybe are vulnerable for Ned Lamont? I think that's all yet to be seen. I also don't think you write off Ned Lamont, because in the same vein, she's going to be, I'm sure, talking about moderation when it comes to financing, the guardrails and so forth. And I think he has a track record that he could speak on. So I think it's yet to be seen. But it definitely spices up the race. I think she becomes, or could become, because we don't know yet, but she could become a very serious challenger. There's no question about it. Don't forget, you also have a primary in the Republican Party. At least if things stay. If Fazio decides to continue into a primary, and you have Aaron Stewart, yet to be seen. Now, primaries are good in many ways, but they also can beat up candidates as well, right? So I think it's all yet to be seen, but I don't think the Democratic Party should look at Aaron Stewart as someone that they could just beat, or that she couldn't win. No, I think they've got to take her seriously, absolutely.
Yeah, and also to that extent, part of Ned Lamont's appeal, and you and I have talked about this, Chris, he's a nice guy. He doesn't throw barbs. He's kind of the guy, hey, let's just get along. This is what I think, but let's work together. So the campaign, I can't see him tossing barbs at either Republican. So that's probably going to come from, I would guess, the legislative leaders, Chris, on that, because I can't see Ned Lamont suddenly flipping a switch and becoming the devil here on the campaign trail. He doesn't do that.
No, and it was interesting. A few months ago, they interviewed Aaron Stewart and Ned Lamont about campaigning, and Aaron said she's not going to make it personal. She's not going to attack the governor. And yet some of her recent videos that she's been putting out on Facebook have been attacks on the governor. And where she's actually used his name. So, I think that only goes so far, Paul, the attacks. And I think in a society today where politics have become so personal, I would caution any candidate from getting that way. I just don't think it's going to work. I think you've got to speak on issues. I think you've got to work on issues that affect people directly. And I think in today's society, that's how you win. They talk about the affordability issue, and there's a lot to that. What are people experiencing? What are they going through? Because that's how people vote. Everyone says, well, elections are about the future. In some ways they are. But the one thing with elections, you have something every year. There's an election. So it has to do more with what people in the moment are experiencing. You saw that with Joe Biden.
Yeah.
You see that to some extent with Trump on certain issues, that he's been vulnerable because he hasn't been addressing those issues.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it really lies in what people are experiencing and the message that you bring across and how you're going to help those people. So I think those are all issues yet to be determined.
Yeah.
But do I think it's going to be an interesting race? Yeah, I do. And I think it's going to be a serious race. And again, I just don't think, the Democrats should take it for granted. I don't think in today's world anything is a given.
Yeah.
And I think you've got to work for it and let's see where it all rolls out.
Yeah. And Chris, in about the minute we have left, I know that sound I heard the other day and the sound you heard here were both you and I screaming at another arrest in connection with the absentee ballot thing. And I had somebody a couple of days ago say, when is this going to end? And I said, I don't know. A few seconds left, Chris. What do you think?
I think it's terrible, Paul. And the gentleman who was arrested now, indicted for the fourth time, just doesn't get it. Or maybe he does and just doesn't care. Maybe he thinks he can just flaunt the law. And as we've said before, he's got to be convicted. Frankly, the state's attorney's office has to take this extremely serious.
Yep.
Has to be convicted for his crimes. Right now, he's innocent until proven guilty. Of course, we give that to everyone. But when you get into court, he's got to be convicted, and then there has to be a severe punishment. Because if it isn't, then what we're saying to the public, it's okay to defraud the public. It's okay to cheat on elections, and that Bridgeport means nothing. But I do think, if you notice, there's some plea bargaining going on for those who have committed less offenses. But for the top ones, it was in the paper today. I think Attorney Riccio said that for the top ones, I know the word was top, but I'm paraphrasing, those people with the more serious crimes, it's going to be different for them.
Yeah.
And it should be.
Sure.
Let me tell you, this guy who's now the fourth time, it wasn't just, robbing absentee ballots.
Yeah.
It's falsifying his position.
Oh, yeah, with the badge. Yeah.
So this is serious. And it's almost like he's spitting in the eye of law, just saying, I'm going to do what I want. I don't give a damn what you say. I'm going to get away with it. Well, if any time that the law means something and that the law has to, stand for something, it's now.
Absolutely.
And so I just encourage the prosecutors to do what they need to do to bring justice in this case. And for Bridgeport, I was reading, Paul, and quickly, I know you've got to go.
Yeah, we got about 10 seconds, Yeah,
I was reading a Facebook one day, and someone said, this is Bridgeport. And I wrote back and said, it's not Bridgeport.
Good for you.
These are people who are cheaters, who are liars, that are defrauding the people of Bridgeport. It is not Bridgeport. And I resent that, because that attitude is, well, it's Bridgeport, so we can get away with it. No, you can't.
Yeah, and that's the residue of this whole thing. Chris, thank you as always. You have a great weekend, and watch for the low-fying Stunads, okay?
Take care.
All right, Chris, thanks. Chris Caruso, right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Heading northbound from the state line to Milford, your best bet is still the Merritt. It's going to take you about an hour and 20 minutes to get there. Meanwhile, even longer than that on 95 northbound. Sponsored by Columbia Dental in Norwalk. Conveniently opened to fit your schedule. Cleanings, implants, even oral surgery, all in one place. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. Paul Goodman, WICC Traffic.
Clouding over this evening and overnight with a low in the mid-30s. Cloudy on Friday, a few late day showers, the high in the low 50s. Partly sunny Saturday with a high of 50. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Forget the socks and sweaters, it's easy to give better. Give the gift of scratch, so they can win some extra cash. Oh yeah, and this year there's a second chance.
Holiday scratch tickets from the Connecticut Lottery are here with second chance drawings. Gift better this holiday.
Odds vary by game. Second chance odds depend on entries received. Must be 18 or older. Problem gambling helpline. Call 888-789-7777. Lottery tickets are not suitable gifts for children.
Ciao from Gusto Trattoria in Milford. With brand new space, delicious food, and welcoming staff, it's a great time to enjoy Gusto Trattoria in Milford. Dine in and enjoy modern and classic Italian specials, perfect for the season. For events at home, you'll love Gusto's extensive catering menu. And for special occasions, choose one of Gusto's private rooms with many catering options. It's all at Gusto Trattoria in Milford, located right off 95 at 255 Boston Post Road, Milford. 203-876-7464.
This is an ad by BetterHelp. Life can get a little tough and even hectic during the holidays. This November, BetterHelp is encouraging everyone to reach out to check in on your people. Grab lunch with a friend you haven't seen in a while, or make that call to grandma. Reaching out to anyone can feel difficult, especially when we get used to relying on ourselves. And the same goes for reaching out to a therapist. But BetterHelp makes it easy with its therapist match commitment and over 12 years of experience in online therapy. In fact, BetterHelp meets over 90% of client preferences when matching its members with licensed professionals. And like that lunch with an old friend, when you do finally reach out and connect with someone, you often ask yourself, why didn't I do this sooner? This month, don't wait to reach out. Start now. Just call pound 250 and say the keyword ABC Radio. That's keyword ABC Radio after calling pound 250.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. President Trump is accusing a half dozen Democrats of sedition, which he says is punishable by death, for telling U.S. service members not to comply with illegal orders. Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer.
He is throwing a match into a country filled with political extreme gasoline. It is dangerous. It is devastating. I don't know any president who has gone this low.
The White House confirmed today a peace plan has been presented to Russia and Ukraine. The Army Secretary is in Kyiv. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt.
Secretary Driscoll did meet with President Zelensky today. We spoke with him. He was very optimistic following that meeting. And so, again, we are having good conversations with both sides with respect to ending this war.
The plan could call for Ukraine to turn over territory to Russia, something it has said is a non-starter. The federal immigration surge in Charlotte, North Carolina ended today. There were hundreds of arrests in the operation. Stocks finished lower. CBS News Brief, I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A pedestrian has serious injuries after being struck by a vehicle on Interstate 95 in Stamford. The highway's northbound lanes were closed for over 5 hours after the crash at around 7 a.m. Wednesday. Police say the unidentified victim was taken to the hospital for treatment of serious injuries. A crash reconstruction team is assisting with the investigation. A pedestrian has serious injuries after being struck by a vehicle in Norwalk. The unidentified man was hit on Connecticut Avenue Tuesday night, and police have not been able to identify him. Police say the man was not in a crosswalk when he was struck. The driver of the vehicle that struck the man remained at the scene and is cooperating with police. E-bikes are one of the most hotly requested gifts this holiday season, but state officials are now reminding Connecticut residents about the new laws regarding the bikes that went into effect this past October. E-bikes are now split into 3 different classes based on speed and power, with the more powerful machines having age restrictions. In addition, all e-bike riders are required to wear helmets. At a news conference held this past fall, Fairfield Republican State Senator Tony Wong shared some alarming statistics about the dangers of e-bikes.
According to the Department of Transportation, they saw more than a 350% increase in death from a year ago from e-bikes. And you see no abatement in that number. It'll continue to go up unless we impose some guidelines and regulation to assist our local law enforcement.
E-bikes that are over 750 watts are also now considered a motor-driven vehicle and require a driver's license. The Bridgeport Rescue Mission is gearing up for its annual Great Thanksgiving project to provide turkeys and bags of Thanksgiving fixings to low-income and working poor families in coastal Fairfield County. The mission will serve thousands of Thanksgiving dinners to residents and guests over the next 2 days in the Total Mortgage Arena parking lot. Distribution is taking place from 4 to 6 p.m. today, as well as 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. tomorrow. For more information on the Great Thanksgiving Project or the mission's programs and services for homeless and struggling men, women, and children, visit BridgeportRescueMission.org. Larry Summers has left a position on the Yale Budget Lab board over his association with convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. The former Harvard president announced this week that he's stepping down from public engagements after published emails showed his close friendship with Epstein. Information about Summers has been removed from the Yale Budget Lab website. In a video posted to social media by one of his students, Summers said this week that he's deeply ashamed over his contact with Epstein, which continued until right before his 2019 arrest.
Some of you will have seen my statement of regret, expressing my shame with respect to what I did in communication with Mr. Epstein, and that I've said that I'm going to step back from public activities.
Governor Ned Lamont says the state is facing an uphill climb in its effort to keep the WNBA's Connecticut Sun from leaving for another market. The team has played its games at Mohegan Sun Arena for over 2 decades, while owned by the Mohegan tribe. Lamont indicates that the WNBA has many other television markets it would rather see the team move to if sold to a new owner. The governor also says he expects the negotiations to be resolved in the near future. SantaCon in Fairfield will be a private event this year with tickets required to attend. Fairfield police say SantaCon on December 6th is not public. Police say the only sanctioned event is a private SantaCon being held by Fairfield University for its students and their guests at Jennings Beach. Last year's event was marked by overcrowding and crime, with 23 people charged with various offenses. Following last year's event, Fairfield University Representative Jennifer Anderson said that the school was open to new ideas to control the party.
We know that it's important for the university to partner and be a good neighbor to the community and the town. So when we sit down, we say, to the police force, we really rely on them to say, what's your recommendation?
And the New Haven Fantasy of Lights begins its run for the holiday season tomorrow night. The drive-through Christmas and holiday-themed display is back at Lighthouse Point Park for its 31st year. People can view the display while rolling through the park and can tune their radios to listen to accompanying holiday music. The display is run by Goodwill of Southern Connecticut, with tickets starting at $10 a car. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Heading northbound from the state line to Milford, your best bet is still the Merritt. It's going to take you about an hour and 20 minutes to get there. Meanwhile, even longer than that on 95 northbound. Paul Goodman, WICC Traffic.
Cloudy this evening and tonight with a low in the mid-30s. Cloudy on Friday, a few scattered showers arriving by later in the afternoon with a high in the low 50s. Partly sunny Saturday with a high of 50. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Shelton is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Would you consult artificial intelligence to give you legal advice? Reason I ask that, this is interesting story that our buddy Tom Dudchick had flagged here for his Capitol report. This from the Yale Daily News. Yale professors develop a prototype for AI model to provide legal advice. How about that, huh? Through this, the folks at the Yale Law School hope to expand access to legal services through artificial intelligence. Low-income Americans, says here, they did not get or qualify for enough legal assistance for 92% of their civil legal problems. Yale's Legal AI lab is aiming to change that using new artificial intelligence technologies. Two professors there, Professor Scott Shapiro and Professor Ruzichka Pizkach, I believe it is. They want to expand legal aid for people who either cannot access or cannot afford a lawyer. That's interesting. However, there are some professors who are concerned about accuracy. Large language models. Hey, if you're going to have a model, might as well make her large language. I'm kidding. Are trained using predictive techniques and create output by guessing. I don't think we want to guess when it comes to your legal issues. Guessing what the most probable response to a user's request would look like. One professor said it's pretty easy to confuse these AI models. But the AI lab, this is getting really heady now. The AI lab is developing a technique combining logic-based theorem powers with large language models to achieve accuracy. Professor Shapiro said that when testing their new prototype, there were 8 separate times he thought the AI was making a mistake. Then he double-checked it and he said, get this, folks, quote, they were all my mistakes. Wow, so the law professor at Yale was wrong and the AI was right. He said, quote, you will never be able to get a wrong answer for a simple reason because the answer is not produced by what's referred to as an LLM, large language model. So they take the big model out, they make it more specific, and it gets more accurate. To start off, we'll go to the phones momentarily, but how does this work? You say, well, how the hell is AI an attorney? The user enters a legal document, be it law, a regulation, or an internal company document. The large language model, the LLM, then, get this, translates the legal terminology into first-order logic using variables, and here's an old computer term, Boolean operators to formalize it. I got to stop there. This is all becoming. There was an old Star Trek episode. I'm a Trekkie, you know that. Go online to the original series if you can find it. There's some episodes on YouTube, whatever. There's an episode called The Ultimate Computer. I think it was in season 1 or season 2 of Star Trek, and boy, did it forecast all this. You got to watch this. If you remember, that was the one with the Enterprise being retrofitted to run on AI. Dr. Richard Daystrom was the computer guy. I think it was the computer was called M5. I mean, I got to tell you something. 60 years ago, Roddenberry had it. He did. Dave in Brantford. Dave, how are you?
Yeah, all right. A quick hit on Chris Caruso.
Yeah.
A guy, he almost hasn't ever uttered a word I disagree with.
Yeah.
He felt sorry for the people of Bridgeport.
Yeah.
They had to suffer the indignity of Castillo as an elected rep, and he's done it again. And I've had a change of mind. Remember when Hillary called the deplorables, the electors of Trump?
Yeah.
She called them the deplorables. And I always supported the right of the people to choose their leader.
Yeah.
But I'm beginning to think it is not Castillo's fault. People's eyes were wide open.
Oh, yeah.
This guy is a total scumbag. They did it again. It is our fault. There was a recent election. I didn't see any numbers on how close Castillo got. Was he even opposed?
I don't know. I'll have to check. I remember.
That is our fault. You know, did anyone even come close to unseating him? And I think maybe there's a sense that, you know how people sometimes cheer for a professional wrestler who's the bad guy? Sometimes I wonder if the electors like that they've got a scumbag who gets away with it. Think of that. What was that Washington, D.C. mayor who sold cocaine to the FBI agent?
Marion Barry.
And they reelected him. Just say, you know what? You deserve the garbage that falls off the truck when you do that. I'm starting to think that about the electors in Bridgeport. They are not very discerning. And that was my whole point for tonight. Are you going to be gone next week?
Yes, I am.
That?
Yes, I am.
Well, I hope you enjoy it.
Well, I tend to pack my vacation time in toward the end of the year. So, there you go.
Thanks for letting me on. Thanks,
Dave, as always, brother, my pleasure there. Dave in Brantford. Yes, always with good, succinct opinions. All right, let's do a little of this, and we'll come back on WICC.
The WICC Smart MLS Great Fairfield County Food Drive, live from Palmer's Market in Darien.
You know, it's almost time for me to get out of here, but I want to say a huge thank you to everybody who came down and donated today. It's John Kamal. I'm at the Smart MLS Great Fairfield County Food Drive at Palmer's Market in Darien. We have been here all day collecting donations, and to see people being so willing to come out even when things are a little tight, because it's hard everywhere right now, to people coming out to help out their community is such an incredible thing to see. So we've been collecting all kinds of food, all the non-perishable food items, you know what I'm saying, the stuff that doesn't go bad, canned black beans, dried beans, canned proteins like chicken and tuna, but also boxes of cereal, boxed mac and cheese, all of that stuff, cash if that's all you got. That's great too. Everything that's donated is benefiting the food bank of Lower Fairfield County and the Bridgeport Rescue Mission. That means people right here in your community are going to be helped out by your donations. So we're closing up shop at 6 p.m., but seriously, thank you to everybody who came out today. And remember, you can still donate to those two great organizations even after today, okay? All the way through this year, anytime. People always need the help. So if you donated today, thank you. If you're going to donate in the future, thank you so much. It's John Kamal, Smart MLS, Great Fairfield County Food Drive at Palmer's Market in Darien.
Are the taxes on your financial savings cutting into your retirement? Do you truly understand the taxes on your IRAs and 401ks? Would you like a future where your taxes are minimized and investments are sound? If you're nearing or in retirement, have at least a $250,000 portfolio, Bridgelight Financial Advisors can help. Call for a complimentary consultation. They'll show you real tax savings on your savings. 203-795-7080. 203-795-7080. Bridgelight Financial Advisors, your retirement tax strategy specialists.
It sounds like
it goes
it's like a whistle?
No matter what noise your car is making, call Fairfield Moto Works 203-333-1800. Specializing in Audi, BMW, Mercedes, and domestics, it's honest, reliable repairs at low prices. For the mechanic you can trust, call Fairfield Moto Works 203-333-1800. So when your car goes ping or swoosh, call 203-333-1800. Fairfield Moto Works in Fairfield off exit 25. They keep you going. Fairfield Moto Works.
Do you hear that? Asthma triggers are everywhere, from dust mites, pet dander, and pollen, to smog and smoke. An asthma attack can strike anywhere, anytime. Be prepared with quick-acting Primatene Mist. Clinically proven to open airways quickly. It's the #1 FDA-approved asthma inhaler available over the counter. Primatene Mist. Breathe easy again. Use as directed.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Heading northbound from the state line to Milford, it's going to take you about 2 hours to get there, whether you take 95 or the Merritt. Paul Goodman, WICC traffic.
Clouding over this evening and overnight, below the mid-30s. Cloudy on Friday, a few late day showers, the high and the low 50s. Partly sunny Saturday with a high of 50. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
There's a lot happening around the world. Tell Paul how it impacts you. 203-333-9422. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli is back on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. David Merridin's here. Before I want to finish up with something that I'm telling you is going to get worse and worse and worse and worse and worse. First, though, David Merridin. Dave, how are you?
Good, Paul. Hey, I'm going to miss you tomorrow and next week, but have a nice Thanksgiving, you and your family.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. What's up?
Hey, you were talking earlier about the buses,
Yeah.
the free buses,
Yeah.
et cetera.
Yeah.
You know, I don't want it coming out of my pocket, but I think the state has plenty of money in the rainy day fund.
Yeah.
They can come up with $70 or $100 million and give free buses. You know, spend it on something.
Yeah, and again, Dave, you know, the rainy day fund, they can only keep by law so much in there, and I think it's good that we've got more discipline on that now. We're paying off our debts, and I would like to, because again, we had it during COVID, and as soon as we got rid of it, the rate of people using the bus dropped. So somebody liked it,
yeah.
right?
Yeah, but take the money out of the rainy day fund.
Yeah.
You know, let's put it to some good use.
Yeah, will do. Dave, thank you. Have a happy week with your family. Appreciate it. Thank you. I want to end with this because I'm telling you, I've been saying this over and over and over again, and I'm not doing it just to say, and I told you so, but this is only going to get worse. You had it in the newscast earlier today with John. Chris had it as well. Connecticut police are warning parents about new e-bike laws ahead of holiday shopping. These e-bikes, and I'm not trying to sound like an old man, get off my lawn, but these e-bikes, really? Come on. Connecticut police are reminding parents about new state laws that went into effect on October 1 that classify some models, some of these e-bikes, as motor vehicles requiring a driver's license. I'll tell you, the fact that these things are so legally in Connecticut is a mistake. And sadly, we see young people killed or injured, and you have parents willingly buying these things for them. And I've had people, and we've interviewed people on this show, and I know Melissa has, and I think Lisa has too. Parents willingly buy these things because they don't want, some parents, not all, I get it, but hey, he can go to hockey practice or he can go to soccer practice or whatever, and I don't have to drive him. It's a long way for him to ride his bike or her, but to take the e-bike, really? The new Connecticut law creates 3 different classes of e-bikes based on speed and power. All riders must wear helmets regardless of the class. Oh, yeah. I'm sure that'll be adhered to. Yeah. If the e-bike's motor is less than 750 watts, there's no age limit, and riders only need to wear a helmet. However, if the motor is 750... What do you mean there's no age limit? So if there's a 5-year-old on an e-bike, we're all right with that? The hell do you mean there's no age limit? If the e-bike's motor is less than 750 watts, there is no age restriction and riders only need to wear a helmet. Okay. If the motor is 750 watts or more, Connecticut no longer considers it an e-bike but classifies it as a motor-driven cycle. These require riders to be at least 16 years old and have a driver's license. I'm sure that's going to be adhered to as well. If you go into Bridgeport, Hartford, New Haven, Danbury, Waterbury, I'm sure they're all going to be wearing their helmets and they'll all have licenses. E-bikes with top speeds exceeding 28 miles an hour are not classified as e-bikes under state law. We've been seeing a lot of serious accidents in Connecticut over the past year, said Chief Joshua Berniger of the Watertown Police Department. I'm sure you have, Chief. The number of fatal accidents involving bicycles, e-bikes, has risen more than 300% over the entire year. Well, when you allow them, and I'm not pointing this at the chief, these comps can only enforce the laws that are on the books, but come on. Our emergency rooms are seeing a dramatic increase in significant injuries for kids and adolescents riding e-bikes. Because, of course, we need to make those legal. What are you suggesting, Paul? Make them all illegal? Yes, I am. Yes, I am. The police chief said some e-bikes may be too powerful for young teens to handle safely. You think? Quote, it's often more of a bike than a young teen, 13, 14, 15 years old, can really handle. Ed Otero, the lead salesman at the Biker's Edge in Bristol, said e-bikes have transformed his sales floor in recent years. Quote, teens are kind of taking over the streets on them, Otero said. I get calls every day about them. Otero says he sells a couple of bikes each week, usually to teens eager to ride them on the city streets. Berniger advised parents to research their purchases carefully, especially when buying online. Yeah, I'm sure they're going to do that. Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah. Yep. It's often more of a bike than a young teen can really handle. You think? And look, I was a teen at one time. I had my fun. But do you see how fast some of these are? And by the way, part of the problem, too, is the lower-end bikes, from what they say, you can go online and get instructional videos of how to play with the speed regulator and the voltage regulator on these things and make them run. There was a story the other day that some bike that was supposed to tap out at 25 miles an hour was doing 60. Okay. The fact that these things are legal is a major, 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 major problem, and you watch what happens.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Heading northbound from the state line to Milford, it's going to take you about 2 hours to get there, whether you take 95 or the Merritt. Paul Goodman, WICC Traffic.
Cloudy this evening and tonight with a low in the mid-30s. Cloudy on Friday, a few scattered showers arriving by later in the afternoon with a high in the low 50s. Partly sunny Saturday with a high of 50. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Sell your home smoothly when you call Car Beauty. Go to CarBeautyRealEstate.com.
Hey y'all, it's your boy Gary LaVox of Rascal Flats, and it's true, we are hitting the road one more time next year, and I love traveling through Connecticut. I'm looking so forward to our show coming up in Uncasville. There are so many amazing folks there, like my friend Jonathan Carbeauty of Carbeauty and Company Realtors. If you're thinking about selling your home, you need to talk to John and his team. And hey, you can find out what your home is worth in less than 30 seconds. Just go to Carbeauty and Company Realtors website and click What's My Home Worth? It's free, it's easy, and we'll get you moving on. When you need an agent you can trust, and we'll give you the most selling options, that's Jonathan Carbeauty and Carbeauty and Company Realtors. And remember,
sell your home smoothly when you call Car Beauty. Go to CarBeautyRealEstate.com.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
And again, I ask you, am I being the creep here by asking, how smart is it to allow a 13 or 14 or 15-year-old kid, guy or gal, to operate a powered vehicle that can do 20, 25, 30 miles an hour? Does that make any sense at all? Or is this the kind of thing where society is saying, well, no, there's so many of them, we can't police them? Maybe it is. Well, what are they supposed to do, Paul? Geez, I don't know, pedal bicycles like we all had growing up? See, again, part of this is the parents. And I'm sorry. I don't want to hear, well, this means they can go further. It gives them a sense of independence. I don't have to take them to soccer practice. They can go. It's 5 miles. And they go, yeah, but your kid's 13. Well, yeah. But he's so adventurous. All right, that's enough. I got to stop. Folks, I'm out tomorrow, out next week. We'll catch up. Enjoy the Thanksgiving holiday, will ya? Chris Williams, thank you.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. Top Democrats in Congress are calling for President Trump to be condemned after he said on social media that Democratic lawmakers who urged members of the military to disobey illegal orders should be arrested and tried. Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer.
He is throwing a match into a country filled with political extreme gasoline. It is dangerous. It is devastating. I don't know any president who has gone this low.
White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt.
They were leading into their credentials as former